I suggest to start right now. We have a long day of celebration. No? As you have seen, we have 3 panels. We have one fireside chat, and at 4 o'clock we have the visit of the commissioner. So it will be a long and interesting day. I have the impression, but I will congratulate the secretariat at the end, but I have the impression that it's very well organized. We have a lot of space, as you see. So I think it will be really a great day. So I see that most of the people are there. We are expecting 300 people here today. And based on what I know, more than 1,100 online. So that's very impressive. So let's say, let me start with 2, 3 useful information. First, you will have the possibility to ask questions from the beginning till the end. We use Slido, so you can, using the appropriate procedure, get in and send your questions. If there are many questions, we do our best, of course, to answer, but we cannot guarantee that we'll do that 100%. That's the first thing. Yes, the conference material will be made available online after the day, so no problem at this level. And then very important, if you hear the alarm, please run, because no exercise, they told me, has been planned. So it's if you hear the alarm, you should get out. So then I suggest, without losing time, because the day will be long, to start with the first. It's the first panel, and I will introduce the 2 main protagonists of this panel. So let me start with Hans Beuys. Hans Beuys is there. He's my predecessor. And let's say he's active in EFRAG since many years. He's partner of, even lead partner of Clearfield, merger and acquisition company in Belgium and internationally. He's also the president of EFAS. So that's Hans Beuys. And then somebody, more or less everybody knows, that's Saskia, who's a bit, I would say, the engine of EFRAG. Saskia is the CEO of EFRAG since 2019. Before that, she has been active at EFRAG, at Accountancy Europe, many things she did. So these 2 persons will, let's say, as I said, be the protagonist of the first panel. So Hans, I let you start. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we moved over 25 years from the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group into EFRAG. We moved from Philippe Maystadt to Jean-Paul Gauzès and to the Omnibus Regulation. And the question is, of course, where exactly did we start and how did we start? And how is this closely related with using international standards in Europe? I will give the floor to Saskia because she was there. Though I already am 10 years at EFRAG, I'm still a young kiddie, and other people have lived a lot more of this very, very important, let's say, history of EFRAG. Saskia.
Okay, thanks, Hans. Thanks for explaining my age. So I did a little bit of exercise going back as well to all the annual reviews, but what is really the starting date was difficult. So I found for my time at the time FEE, so now Accountancy Europe, a letter that FEE sent to John Mock, basically with the suggestions to create something with several organizations and so on. And I remember vividly that I did myself a discussion paper on the request of the Commission, where we actually had to argue which international standards, if this would have to be US GAAP or at the time international accounting standards. So then in 2000, there was the communication of the Commission on financial reporting strategy. And we have found Karel van Hulle, who was at the time the person. And yesterday at the dinner, we discussed fathers. So Karel was one of the fathers of EFRAG. I will mention the other fathers to you later. Karel, can you join us here? So
Thank you very much, Saskia. And let me put on my glasses because age shows it on your eyes. They usually don't work very well, especially if you have been working on accounting standards, because there's a lot of reading involved. But I would first of all start to congratulate EFRAG and all of you here for this 25th anniversary. I am, I believe, the intellectual father of this organization. And I'm proud to see that you are very well alive and kicking. Any father is happy when the children behave like you do. Now, how did we get there? And I'll take you back a little bit. Saskia already mentioned the 90s. As most things in the European Union, the move towards a mandatory application of international accounting standards by listed companies was not a simple matter. It first of all required good preparation. And attempts were made in the 1990s, it's a long time ago, to modernize the accounting directives. Accounting directives, for those of you who are fully IAS, well, they're still applied by the majority of the companies in the European Union. These accounting directives needed to be modernized, but the member states didn't like it. They didn't like it because accounting, and that's what I discovered very soon, is not, as the FASB used to say, a neutral matter. It is highly political, and it creates passion. And I've seen member states almost ready to kill each other on an accounting issue. So that didn't go. Read the literature of that period. I had a director at the Commission, Sue Binns. You remember her, Saskia? Sue Binns.
Yeah.
And with her, we thought, what are we going to do? And she said, you go on a voyage around Europe. Travel around the capitals and ask ministries of finance, what do you want? What was the conclusion? Nobody wanted to change the accounting directives. Nobody wanted mandatory application of IAS, and nobody wanted the European standard setter. So what did we do? Communication, November 95, urged the member states to allow global players to prepare their consolidated accounts in accordance with IAS. Why? Because we wanted to allow companies to go to the capital markets, and it was necessary to change. And we also had the IOSCO declaration that if the IESC would manage to improve the standards, they would advocate the use of that on capital markets for listed companies. So we introduced basically IAIS as an option. Then came the Financial Services Action Plan, 1999. And what do you read there? Mandatory requirement for all EU-listed companies to apply international accounting standards in their consolidated accounts from 2005 onwards. And, very importantly, there should be an endorsement mechanism to be set up at EU level. We then produced an IAS regulation. IAS regulation in February 2021. And I think our MEP present here will realize what it means when I say that we adopted the regulation in July 2002. Very, very quickly. What were some of the key issues? And they come back today, I'm sure. Why not also US GAAP? I can tell you, we had member states that came to me and they said, we love US GAAP. I said, the Commission will never propose the use of US GAAP. So what do? Technique of the Commission, we phase it out. How, the second question was, how can we now force the member states to apply all this in 2005? If we use a directive, we would probably still be waiting for the last member state to implement it. I invented the idea. It was a Frenchman who was in my office. And he said, why don't you use a regulation? It had never been done before. And I got into a row with my Director General. But fortunately, I had a good help in the legal service. And the lady in the legal service supported me. So we had a regulation. It was the only way to do it at the same time everywhere in 2005. Why an endorsement mechanism? Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds so evident today. There was massive opposition in some member states. Some member states said, why should you not automatically take IAS? I mean, these great experts, the only thing you can do is just take it over. I said, I know experts. Never take it over. Think about what they propose. We need something to help the integration of these IAS into a European legal environment. But it was a challenge, of course. And I remember I went to the UK several times. We need to find allies. And I was attacked. This idea of an endorsement mechanism is unthinkable. Mind you, they introduced it themselves later. But at that time, it was unthinkable to do that. I even had an accounting firm preparing a Christmas card where I was laying in bed and it read, A Christmas Carol. And I lay in bed and I had two beds next to me, IAS and US GAAP, to show you how people got excited about these things. So these were some of the issues we had to resolve. And nobody, of course, when we talked about the endorsement mechanism, nobody wanted to pay for it. And that's where we entered into contact with, of course, the private sector to help finding the resources. Only issue that could have completely upset this plan was the endorsement of IAS 39. What a terrible thing. IAS 39, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody wanted it. EFRAG could not take a position in favor or against. So we were stuck in the commission what to do with that. And I realized if we didn't endorse that standard, it would be a failure of the whole exercise. So what did we do? We developed the carve-out. And I'm so proud about this carve-out. It helped us save the whole project. And who cares, honestly, if you know what is going on? So the carve-out was adopted. It costed my head at the commission because my then boss decided this is too much to care. So I sent him to insurance and pensions, and there were. So to conclude, Saskia.
Okay.
She was already looking at the watch.
I know. That's why I conclude. I would like to pay tribute today to some of the people who were instrumental in this exercise. Some of them are here. Colleagues at the European Commission. I call them the young lions. They look a little bit older today. Georg Lanferman, Leo van der Tas, Mark Vaassen, Wesley Emmett, Erik van der Plaats. Also my technical expert at the time, Alistair Wilson. My friends at FEE, Saskia Slom, Jörn Tidstrom, and of course Stig, who was very often frustrated in this exercise because he had to marry two partners that were difficult to marry. And in the end, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about vision. I think we had vision, and I'm pleased we succeeded. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Karel. Okay, I just mentioned the fathers, so and Karel mentioned Jörn Tidström. So we see Jörn Tidström as well as one of the fathers of this organization, and actually is still involved. Jörn Tidström was at the time the president of FEE. Unfortunately, he cannot be here, so I'm speaking. I would not say on his behalf because he don't know what I'm saying, but I would like to mention how this came. Actually, Karel was saying the endorsement mechanism. So the FEE got a letter of John Mork at the time saying to come, or sort of mandate, like we had later as well, to actually develop this technical part of this endorsement mechanism. And so this is the way it started. And I do vividly remember that I went with Jörn to all the European organizations, like Karel was saying, and they were at the time not based in Brussels, but they were in London, in Paris, and what you have, Germany. And in the end, we managed to get 10 organizations together, and even better, they were ready to pay some money, because we tried 5 years before with Jens Schreuder, and everybody found it a great idea, but nobody had the money to give. So what I want to say more was, I do remember a meeting, if we want to have some anecdotes as well, with John Morg, where I was present with Jeroen Tidström. And he said, well, oh, good, these proposals that you have developed, we really like it, but you have to change the name. This in English is not possible. EFRAG sounds like a dirty word. So you have to change this. And you see, it's a bit like the carve-out, Carol. EFRAG is still EFRAG, and the carve-out is still there. So, Hans, I think this is a bit sort of, we started with EFRAG, and I'm very pleased to see that the first people of our tech at the time, because we only had a supervisory board chaired by Jeroen Tidström, and we had a tech. That was all we had. We are very simple at the time, and I'm very pleased that Stig is here, and that also Begonia is amongst the people here. They were all members of the first tech. So, Hans, I'm going to hand back to say that, this was the establishment, basically. We were in the offices of VE, we had no personnel, and then gradually some people came, and Steve will be witnessing that. Hans, I don't know if you want to add a few words.
Exactly.
Steve?
Because on the one hand side, as Karel said, yes, of course, we had all these issues on endorsement advices. Certainly, if you make them en bloc. We had a number of issues on hedge accounting, but we got organized more and more. And that is, we got organized in the sense that we had a first EFRAG tech chair, which was Stig Erneveld. And I always, if I look at Stig, I said, Stig is back, and that is always good news. Point one. Point two is, Stig would say halfway a meeting, be careful, I'm only representing a small country. But anyway, if he said that, you knew it was getting serious. Stig, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Now we were talking about the fathers of EFRAG. Do you imagine who is the mother of EFRAG? Fortunately, she didn't hear that. Basically, as Carol said originally, what was the objective was to get stronger capital markets, as Carol said. But also, at the time, we had 27 different accounting languages, each country its own rules. And that was difficult. And the Commission wanted to have one set of accounting standards for Europe. And if you spoke in a room with 27 different countries, they were fiercely fighting each other on a debit or a credit, which is, minor things. But basically, what we wanted, or the Commission and others wanted to strengthen the capital markets, was to get to one single accounting rule for the world, for Europe. And to get there is very difficult, because you need to get converged views on accounting. So in reality, in addition to give endorsement advice for the first 10 years, it was really to create the debates where people could discuss the different accounting views and try to converge the views into one. And now in those days, there were very few accounting experts. Today, there are loads and loads of people because they have been trained in universities and companies. But IFRS, it was a very limited group if you go back to the 90s and early 2000s. And EFRAG created those debates, made the forum where it could be discussed. And EFRAG also, which was quite interesting, in 2001, it's 25 years ago, we decided to go all internet, no paper. And that was really, really new. And we also developed draft comment letters. It meant it was the only organization in the world that issued draft comment letters. And they became very, very influential, not only in Europe, but in the world, because they had very high technical quality. And if you discuss with experts, then you must have high quality, because then they respect what comes out of EFRAG. And ISB didn't mention that, but basically the ISB didn't think that Europe were allowed to challenge what the ISB did. But our draft comment letters challenged and got very influential towards ISB. Well, I'm sorry. Probably as
No,
well.
that's for the people. That is for the people that are not here but are following us online.
Thank you. And EFRAG created this high quality, and it gave a lot of influence in the ISB and other places. And we also had open due process. People had to respond to the comment letters, and we had open meetings where people could listen via the internet, but also come and listen to what was discussed. So nothing was in the dark. IS 39, as Carol mentioned, there are different versions of how it was decided. But basically, we sat on a Friday night in a room in David Wright's office in the commission with Carol, John Smith, who was really, I'm not sure whether he was on the ISB at the time, Catherine Goodman, and Gerard Schill, a French banker. And David Wright said to them, we will get IFRS, whatever you say, but tell us what it is you don't like. And then whoever did it, the carve-out was made and the carve-out was approved. And that was the price to pay for getting one set of rules in Europe. And I think it was a small price. We can all discuss it, be religious about it, but basically it was a good thing to get to one set of rules. We also we did not give positive advice to EFRAG 3, and thereby we showed the ISB that EFRAG was important. We could cancel we could say no to what the ISB issued, and that gave us a lot of influence, even though nothing would have happened if they just carried on. And then why did EFRAG was very tiny and not very influential in the early days? It was a tiny organization, completely new. But because it was the only pan-European body that could discuss accounting issues, it became more and more influential, and it was where accounting issues were discussed in Europe. And EFRAG became, over the first 10 years, really the voice of Europe on accounting issues. And I believe it still is, but that's an important thing to get to. And I think it shows that Europe has achieved what was the objective. And such a lot of many good people have been involved over the years, and that many of them are in the room. Thank you very much, Saskia.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. So that I think you covered almost the whole period, so up to 2010 when you had to leave. I want to mention a few things that happened in that period as well. So in 2009, Jörn Titsum stepped down, and we got the former commissioner, Pedro Solbes, as the chair of the supervisory board. So that was an important element of recognition as well. Another thing, for those that go back in that past, we had the report of Radwan of the European Parliament that also gave us a lot of food for thought. And the removal of the SEC reconciliation was also in the spirit. And of course, the financial crisis, to mention a few things. What was important, we started as well in the period of STIG with what we call PAIN. So the proactive work, basically. So it was a very strange acronym, Proactive Accounting Activities in Europe. And we worked then very closely together with the standard setter. And that was instrumental actually for the later phase. And that we will hear later from Anne-Françoise. But then, of course, we wanted more money. And then I'm now giving the floor to Jeroen, who in my memory, at least, was the drive behind EFRAG getting more money. And Jeroen, I remember one thing from the past that you said, no, you're doing it the wrong way. You're not asking enough money. You really should ask for 10 million and not for 1 million or something like that. So over to you, Jeroen.
Thank you very much, Saskia. I don't remember that one, but anyhow, it's a pleasure to be here and to see so many familiar faces. You haven't grown old, but the front row has. But it's really nice to see everyone. And I've digged into my memory to share with you how I recall it. And I must say I started in 2007 when the financial crisis was just around the corner. And the decision to give EFRAG in 2010 public money has therefore to be seen in the context of the financial crisis of 2008. We always said that accounting rules are too important to leave to accountants, but they're also dry and boring. Let's be honest. They're neutral, but they're also dry and boring. But there's also a world behind them. And that we found out. Accounting rules can be very dynamic, can be very explosive. Certainly if you think about fair value valuations. And suddenly in 2008, accounting rules were at the front page of the Financial Times. And that you don't want. And what not many people will remember is that at a certain moment, on request of President Sarkozy, he discussed with President Bush the effects of IFRS 9 during informal G7. I can't tell you how the discussion actually went, but you understand that at political level, this became very worrying. And in those crucial weeks of 2008, more people will remember this, the ISB changed under huge pressure, an important accounting rule on the loan book, which the EU endorsed with help from EFRAG within 24 hours. This had never happened before, it never happened afterwards. But it probably saved some big European banks from a further meltdown. I've always said, and I defend that, the ISB took this decision independently. It took its responsibility in a crucial time. Nonetheless, we also know that the pressure from the EU was huge and probably the EU would have stepped out, maybe temporarily, of the IFRS system. And at that time, the idea that we needed this stronger European voice, as you mentioned it, on accounting got more wind. It was therefore extremely fortunate that this small private entity, EFRAG, had already been set up 8 or 9 years before. And I can only pay tribute to the people who had the foresight to take that initiative and to make it grow. I think at the time there were 10, 14 people working at the secretariat. I heard last night, now you are with 80, just to place this a little bit in the context. But as the EU, you have to put your money where your mouth is. And it's never easy to find funding. And it's even more difficult to find fresh funding for new entities because most of the money is already committed. But we were also lucky because due to the financial crisis, institutions like the EBA, ESMA, EIOPA were being set up. And a financial decision was in the making to finance these new, now very big institutions. And I claim a little bit of ownership, I'm not the only one probably, to have seen that and jumped on the bandwagon and added EFRAG to this decision. And probably also the PIOB, I'm not sure about it. Was everybody happy about this? No, of course not. Internally, I won't hide that my commissioner, my director general, did not really have such a strong belief in EFRAG and why now support accounting rules. But somehow, with support also from some very, very important people like Pierre Dassault, David Wright, he was mentioned before, we made it and we got that decision through with funding, not huge, Saskia, 2.5 million the first year, something like that. But the principle was set about European funding, partly shared with the private sector of EFRAG. And I think that principle was very important. 2 other things, if you allow me, Hans, I'd like to mention. The governance of EFRAG, it needed to be adapted under high speed, also to give more confidence to the European Parliament. And I think, and Françoise, you will say more about this, EFRAG is an organization that's undergone a lot of changes on its governance, probably every second year. The second thing is that we were fortunate that in the European Parliament, very important player, the chairs of the relevant committees, Econ and Juri, Sharon Bowles and Pervenche Beres, were overall supportive on this course of action. Maybe for different reasons, certainly Pervenche being a French with all the background, but they were supportive for this European voice to be financed. And my last observation is that in these kind of files, of situations, technicalities and process are important, but they're only one side of the story. The other side is, of course, the people. And here we were also fortunate on many sides. In EFRAG, there were some highly dedicated and professional people that I respected a lot. Stig, happy to see you. Göran, Françoise Flores, Saskia, of course, and many others. I don't do justice to those who understood what was at stake, who instilled confidence, and probably did also a lot of legwork behind the scenes. In the Commission, I mentioned already, not everybody was enthusiastic, but strong people like David Wright, Pierre Dassault, Nadia Calvino were all convinced Europeans and pushed also this file over the finish line. My very last remark is that obtaining EU funding is of course nice, but it's not only a blessing. You get a lot of administrative requirements, audits. I can believe that. New requests. We have now the whole sustainability pillar. Because there's an ongoing expectation from the public sector, from the EU, to deliver to the highest standards. But I think, as Caro said, you need vision, you need conviction, but you also need hard labor, hard work. And there, on all these things, I think EFRAG has really delivered all through the years. And that's worth a very warm congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And indeed, as Jeroen was providing us with this information, 2010 indeed was the end of Stig as EFRAG Tech Chair. He was succeeded by Françoise Flores, you mentioned that. And also EFRAG carried out compatibility studies between the accounting directives and the IFRS by SMEs. Convergence was no longer an aim in itself. What we had also is in 2012, Petro Solbes stepped down as chair of the supervisory board. He was succeeded by Philip Maestad for a very short period, but I'll leave that to Anne-Françoise to comment on that one. But Philip Maestad received a very important mandate of Commissioner Barnier to examine how to enhance the EU's role in international standard setting. Anne-Françoise Merlot was his rapporteur and is looking back on this period. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Saskia. When I received the invitation to take part in this panel, what came first to my mind was not so much the list of recommendations of the report, but Philip Maestad himself and the time I spent working with him as a rapporteur. He was really an impressive person, intellectually honest, rigorous, a very good listener, and also remarkably kind and simple. Being his rapporteur was an invaluable experience for me, and he left us too early in 2017. I was deeply saddened when I heard the news. But now let me say a few words about his report, which marked, I think, a turning point. It is the moment when EFRAG moved from being mainly a technical advisor into becoming the recognized European voice in corporate reporting. But let's recall the context in 2013. The EU had already adopted IFRS for listed groups, which brought comparability and transparency. But the financial crisis reminded everyone that, as Carol said already, IFRS are not just a neutral language. Accounting choices can influence behavior, prudential outcomes, and ultimately financial stability. At the same time, Europe was the largest IFRS user by market capitalization. Yet our influence on the IASB was often diluted because Europe tended to speak with multiple and sometimes conflicting voices. And in this context, the ECOFIN in 2012 called for strengthening the voice of the EU in this debate. So Philip Maestad was tasked by Commissioner Barnier to answer this core question: how do we form a coordinated European position, and how do we make sure that the public interest is properly reflected? And you might remember that actually Philip Maestad was offered to be the chair of the supervisory board. He attended one meeting, I think, but then he declined, thinking that it was not a job for him because he had a different conception of what the board should be. So he declined, but nevertheless, he was very interested in the economic impact of accounting standards, and he wanted to contribute to the debate. And this is why he was happy to accept the mission of Commissioner Barnier. So he started his report. I went on mission with him. We visited different capitals. We saw many of you. And his conclusions were, I think, both balanced and strategic. First, the report strongly supported the EU's commitment to global standards. IFRS remained the best available route to global comparability. So with this in mind, he defended the principle of standard by standard endorsement, and he warned against carve-ins. Carol mentioned carve-outs. We had also this question of carve-ins. So he warned against this because if not strictly framed, that would create risks for global comparability, for the internal market, and for the equivalence with third countries. Second, he pushed for a clearer understanding of the notion of the European public good. And he called for a more explicit assessment of the broader effects of the standards, including aspects such as prudence, potential impact on stability, on growth. So in other words, endorsement should not be a purely technical tick box exercise. And linked to that, he pushed for stronger European capacity for evidence-based analysis, including the coordinated field testing. So the impact analysis that reflect the European economic specificities, not only the global effect analysis conducted by the ISB. And this leads now to the governance recommendations. He explored 3 options. If you have read the report, you might remember. And his preferred one was definitely to transform EFRAG, so an evolution rather than a replacement. The idea was really to preserve EFRAG's technical credibility, which was already strong at that time, but reinforce its legitimacy, its coordination through a new governance layer, which would be able to validate the position of Europe's. So he made an important distinction. I think plurality is very useful, but early in the due process. But Europe needs to be able to speak with one coordinated voice when comes the time to send the formal comment letters to the ISB or to send the endorsement advice. So he recommended then a model in which a high-level board, and we come back to the time when he declined being the chair of the board, so a high-level board would validate those positions while the tech would remain the technical engine. He also looked a lot at the role of national standard setters, and he designed a model in which they would be engaged as part of a structured European consensus building process, but not as competing voices. And perhaps also I should mention that he discarded 2 other options, which he nevertheless found interesting and wanted to put in his report. The first one was to transfer the role of EFRAG, the responsibilities of EFRAG, to ESMA. He found this interesting, but this option was strongly opposed by many stakeholders who feared that if that would happen, that could lead to an overly investor enforcement lens. And they also saw a risk of making IFRS more rules-based. So he discarded that option. And for those who follow now the debate on savings and investment union, ESMA anyway will have enough on his plate to deal with this. And the second option, which he discarded, but which he considered very interesting, was the creation of a new EU agency. But this was discarded because it was unrealistic. It cost a lot of money, and if now it would be even more impossible. We are more going to the tendency of having less agency. So it was too costly, it would take too much time, but he saw that this would provide the strongest public legitimacy. So as we celebrate today the 25 years of EFRAG, I think that the Maystat report remains a key milestone in its history. It's really strengthened EFRAG's role, Europe's upstream influence, and also the ability to connect the technical excellence with a clear public interest perspective. So happy anniversary to EFRAG, and thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Anne-Françoise. Yes, it was indeed, I think, a turning point, like you said. We went to a two-tier system, so we had not like in the past a supervisory board and the tag, but we had a board, and the board was responsible for the positions in the end taken, and they had to consider the European public good, like mentioned by Anne-Françoise. But I remember as well that at the time the idea was not only to have the European organizations, the national standard setter, but also a pillar with the European authorities like ESMA, but also EBA and so on, and the ECB. That they declined. So in the end, they said, we only want to be observers. We don't want to be part of EFRAG and a voting member. So that was an interesting movement. Then to bridge the period, because I now have to bridge the whole period to Patrick. So Patrick, you can come already. So in 2016, Andrew Watchman took over from Françoise Forlès as the tech chair and CEO at the time.
And then she went indeed to the ISB, of course.
Yeah, and Françoise was later on an ISB board member, which was a sort of step for us as well, because she was the first one moving up to the international level. So we saw that as a recognition. In the same year, we got also Jean-Paul Gauzès being the board president. So that was an important step as well. And if you see what he all did during his governance period, and Patrick will refer to that as well. Jean-Paul Gauzès was also a former MEP, so we had a lot of contacts also with the parliament. At the time, we had an Econ, a permanent IFRS team that was led by the MEP Stolojan. So we had a lot of meetings with them. This has a bit faded away nowadays, I have to say. We created in that period the academic panel, also very important for our relationship and input from the academics. Spain joined, I've noted here for myself as well, by going through the annual reviews. And I'm nearly by Patrick, because in 2018, the Commission published the action plan on financing European growth, resulting in the establishment of what we call the European Lab. And that was sort of our step into sustainability reporting, non-financial reporting, if you want. We did a first report with a project task force on climate, and a second one on business models. And then we got these mandates. And before that, Patrick, who you all know, so Patrick de Cambour, he was the chair of the first project task force, but he did a massive report in France, already setting out this idea of European standards in a European body. So Patrick, with that, I'm happy to get all your stories.
No. You cannot be long-winded. Not all the stories.
Yes.
Half of the stuff.
No, I will not be long-winded for once. So you will see some busy slides. Apologies for that. What I cannot say, you will read. I had the privilege, in fact, of contributing to EFRAG for nearly 11 years. And as Saskia said, I will focus today on the critical milestone, which is the creation and development of the sustainability reporting pillar. 3 key points in about 5 minutes, Hans. Quite a challenge for such a team odyssey. First, we're talking about an exceptional European endeavor, a journey over 9 years, in fact, in 4 steps. The first step is dedicated to foundations. As early as September 2017, you have not mentioned this, Saskia, in Rome, Jean-Paul Gauzès outlines the emergence of non-financial information as a vital question. The creation of the corporate reporting lab, which you mentioned, follows with the issuance of 2 important reports. Late 2018, I'm asked by the French government to prepare a report on the subject. I discussed my conclusions mid-2019 with the Commission about a relevant and reliable non-financial information as a competitive advantage for European businesses and citizens. Olivier Garçon, Sean Berrigan, and Alain Dekers make clear that it is about time to standardize the information provided by corporates, a purpose in itself, and the only way to foster the funding of transitions. The second step is the political decision taken by the Commission to grant the mandates to EFRAG. In January and February 2020, Valdis Dombrovskis makes a political statement. The Commission wants to move forward from the NFRS, and EFRAG will be involved. Due to the pandemic, it's only mid-summer 2020 that a first mandate is given to EFRAG to conduct preparatory work. A second one follows in May 21, when the draft CSRD is tabled to draft the expected ESRS, now a brand name. At the same time, Jean-Paul Gauzès proposes the necessary evolution of EFRAG's governance, the so-called Gauzès reform. The third step is the performance of the mandated work itself. EFRAG gets organized under incredibly demanding deadlines and without specific resources. We work from contributions in kind. EFRAG follows a robust, even if adjusted, due process to deliver one, the preparatory work report in February 2021, and two, the 12 draft standards submitted to public consultation in April 2022. Two multi-stakeholder task forces are selected, and a complete secretariat is created from scratch to support the momentum. It's an incredible period of 20 months during which we learn how to work effectively, but 100% virtually. Impossible is not EFRAG. The fourth step corresponds to the institutionalization of the SR pillar along the lines proposed by Jean-Paul. The admin board, then the SRB, then the SRTEG are put in place in the first month of 2022. A full secretariat is recruited. Jean-Paul is the first chair of the SRB. My distinguished colleague Kirstine Lopata, acting chair between July and November, and now my successor, will tell you more about this important period of first simplification and fine-tuning of the April drafts that led to the technical advice in November 2022. A very busy period again, indeed, with many important deliveries culminating with a new request from the Commission at the beginning of 2025 under Omnibus to simplify further the standards. EFRAG successfully delivers again at the end of November 2025. My second point is brief but key. It is to pay tribute to the many dedicated and committed contributors coming from different stakeholder horizons that made all this happen in the best of all spirits. Led by public interest, the team momentum has been quite exceptional. No less than 300 participants appear now on screen in first name, initial, alphabetical order. You can find, you need a magnifying glass probably. From the lab days until today, and we probably missed some, so apologies for that. Without them, without you, and your capacity to progress without counting time, to adapt and to reach consensus, it would have been absolutely impossible. They all deserve a round of applause from all of us. And a heartfelt thank you from me. My third point is to state that together we've been able to put forward under the level 1 umbrella robust fundamentals that position the EU as the place of state-of-the-art sustainability reporting, with 7 distinctive pillars. Double materiality as a cornerstone, interconnecting as it should be conceptually, impacts, risks and opportunities in one single seamless assessment exercise. 2, robust characteristics of quality, putting financial and sustainability reporting on an equal footing under fair presentation. 3, an holistic coverage of E, S, and G topics in interaction. 4, principles-based approach, allowing for simplification and flexibility when needed, while focusing on what is core. Structured sustainability statement for clarity and connectivity between the 2 legs of corporate reporting. 6, EU regulatory and global interoperability under one single report to save cost and effort, and digital readiness for taxonomy tagging and artificial intelligence. All in all, I think that as Europeans, we can be collectively proud of serving the public interest and to have gained recognition as a major global contributor. EFRAG is indeed the European voice in corporate reporting. Today, I dedicate efforts inter alia to implementation by providing senior advice to one of the most advanced ESG data management platforms. Professionalism in execution is indeed a key success factor now. A warm thank you to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Wow, super. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not only what EFRAG has done during that period, but also how did EFRAG do this? And not only during that period, we had, of course, the pillar of sustainability reporting, but the pillar of financial reporting was still existing. We had the final endorsement of IFRS 17. Indeed, we had all the hard work about the, let's say, everything that had to do with sustainability reporting, and we got there. But the question is how? Jean-Paul indeed included or started a complete reform of the organization with completely separate pillars, with suddenly 14 new member organizations in the CSO chapter. We have issues at every potential moment, not only in finding the necessary funds, so we knocked on the door of the European Commission about 15 times per day, I presume, but when we then got the funds, then the problem was, how do you find the people? And how do you find the people on time? We had a period where Chiara Del Prete was helping, I was also the IFAS chair, and we found bit by bit more and more people to do so. But at the same time, we needed to transform this all in the ESRSs. And that is where we used Kerstin Lopata a lot as acting chair, who's taking over of the PTF ESRS from an exposure draft stage to the final ESRSs. So I would like, and she's already here, to call you at the floor to give us your experience of that very hectic period, because we were, and we probably still are, an organization under high tension, as I always call it. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans. Thanks, Hans and Saskia. So happy anniversary, first of all. And Hans, I remember the period quite well. It was high pressure as usual, but you mentioned it already. I remember how I came in, and I only have to cover half a year, which is quite easy, right, in 5 minutes. So Jean-Paul called me on a Thursday night, and he was speaking German with me, which was very unusual, I think, for me at least, when I hear him talk. So, and he said, okay, Kirsten, I need someone coming in. So would you be available for a couple of weeks? And I said, well, yeah, maybe I think about it. And he said, well, you have to think about tomorrow, because I would like to announce it. And I, the choice was limited, I would say, to say no. So that's why I said yes, and I don't regret to say yes. And I would like to bridge a little bit the time that I spent, or the half a year that I spent, with a couple of decisions we made as a board that also last now, and that we will benefit, or that we are benefiting now from. And these 3 decisions are, first of all, the structure of the ESRS. So when I came in, and it was already explained by Patrick, so we had the PTF. I saw myself in a situation where I had more than 2,500 data points. We had a different structure than we have today. So I thought, okay, if we speak about international standards and also the influence of Europe, we should somehow think about how to structure the ESRS. And I went to the board and we discussed a lot, but we decided to take on board the TCFD structure, which helps us nowadays, I think, a lot. So that is the first bridge I would like to mention. The second point we discussed and we had in before is the so-called rebuttable presumption. And we got rid of it. So that means we got rid of explaining why we don't report. And I think that was also a very useful step looking at the standards today. The third point I would like to mention as a bridge also is the same definition of financial materiality that we have now with the ESRS, and that also the ISSB has. Because I think looking forward and also coming up with new regulations, so we are on our way developing the ESRS for non-EU groups. These 3 decisions from back then helps us nowadays to form also new standards, and that will also be the basis for the next years. And with that, thanks again for having me here.
Thanks, Kirsten, for this insight in your period as acting chair and paving the way for your chairmanship since the beginning of May. So, well, in the period after Kirsten, of course, we had Patrick de Cambour and Wolf Klintz, both nominated by the Commission and appointed. We also had in the beginning of 23 the appointment of Chiara Del Prete, who was actually already 4 years the EFRAG chair, who had done a lot of work on the double materiality in the PTF, and she became the ESRTech chair. And we have to say thanks to Jens Berger, who stepped in as acting, because we thought this is not possible to do 2 of these very important jobs at the same time, although Chiara managed during a period, and on top she was the IFAS chair. So, but Jens, he was sitting there, he stepped in for quite a period till Sebastian Harushimana, who's sitting as well on the front row here, and you will hear later, took over, or took back, or whatever is the word, the EFRAG. Now, we still have a little period to cover to come to where we are today, and the rest of this conference will be about. So we have asked Sven Kentner to bring us from the technical advice where Kirsten stopped and to tell us a bit until now. And then we have a panel later today where we will discuss basically what happened from other perspectives after the omnibus. But we want you to make the bridge from where Kirsten stopped and where we are now. Thank you, Sven.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm going to talk about a period where we really managed to test EFRAG's patience. I think it was never easy with us as a commission, and it was already been said that 2022 CSRD, 2023 ESRS, 2024 was supposed to be the first year on which you're going to report, and exactly then we decided that we changed the whole system yet again and do the one thing all over. But seriously, I think what we learned during this period is that sustainability reporting maybe is even more political than reporting in general, which was mentioned before. The CSRD, when it was rolled out in 24, that was exactly the moment when I think we saw major changes in economic challenges, in geopolitical challenges, where we saw an energy crisis, and the 2 things together made it very clear that we cannot simply go on as we had planned to, but that we needed to change both the legislative framework and that we needed to change the standards, that we needed to change them very fast, and that we needed to make sure that companies had a basis on which to work on very quickly. So just to recall, we came out with the omnibus proposal last year in February, which was also agreed last year. At the same time, we already asked EFRAG to start working again on revising the standards that they'd only just completed. We received the technical advice on time again last year from EFRAG for the revision of the standards, and we're now in the final steps of adopting the revised standards as a delegated act, hopefully in the next few weeks, and that by the end of the year there will be stability then in sustainability reporting. So it was a very challenging period, I think, for everyone. But I think it was challenging for good reasons, because what we're doing here in sustainability reporting reflects a wider challenge in society and in the economy, where I think we're all grappling with this move towards sustainability, with this move towards changing the way we run our economy. And it's only natural, I think, that this is then also reflected in the standard setting. And I'm very glad to say that I think EFRAG really rose to the occasion. And what EFRAG managed to do over the last 2 years, but not only over the last 2 years, over the last 5 or 10 years in the sustainability field is really exceptional. And we're very grateful for that. And apologies once more for changing direction several times and testing your patience.
I'm looking to Saskia if there is still time for a couple of questions in the room before we go to the coffee break. Did you receive anything yet?
Few questions here on Slido. Although some of them are rather difficult, what will EFRAG look like and be in 2036? So Donato, this is, I think the one we are not going to answer because this is another panel discussion that we could.
At least one, yes.
On AI models, we will also come back in the connectivity panel. So that one we also not going to take. Perhaps this is one for Sven. Now he's sitting next to me. Do you see a future for IFRS for SMEs in Europe?
I think we've said that we're not planning to adopt anything for the time being because, as you know, the appetite for establishing new standards at the moment is rather limited. But what we're exploring also together with EFRAG is whether there are actually ways to help SMEs to report also cross-border. We're talking about ESAP, but maybe also other tools that could help. So I think these are the kinds of things that we're going to go on exploring, but for the time being, there are no plans for a formal adoption.
Okay, well, there was the rest, everybody can see Slido, so you can read the questions. Caro, there was a question for you saying that from the start there were concerns that people had to pay to be EFRAG member organizations. I'm just paraphrasing it a little bit. What is the reason that organizations have to pay for giving their opinion, and why has this not been solved? And I think it's a sort of element that comes back from time to time, also now on the sustainability reporting. But I happily want to see what Caro wants to respond to.
No, I think that one has to realize that a reform like this is so huge that you can't do everything at the same time. And that's why the clear message, you can see in the IS regulation, we talk about an endorsement mechanism. We didn't talk about EFRAG. We didn't want to go into details, but it was very clear that we needed the support of the private sector. And this has evolved. This was very nice explained by Jeroen. In Europe, c'est l'art du possible. You do what you can do and what you can achieve at one point in time. And I think that it's great that these financial issues have finally been resolved. But again, step by step, that's what we learned from the Chinese. Don't go for revolution. Do it step by step. And we are where we are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this response. And step by step, we will continue. But the next step is now the coffee break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Please take your seat. So please sit down. We need to continue. So let's start. I suggest to start. So please sit down. Next step for today, a fireside chat about what's ahead for corporate reporting in Europe. Very interesting. You know already Kirsten, she was in the previous panel. She's the new chair of the Sustainability Reporting Board. As you heard, she has been acting chair in 2022 to deliver the first set. Kirsten is our new chair. She's also a professor at the University of Hamburg, plus a number of other activities. And then in front of her, we have Wolf Klins. Wolf Klins he's a German manager. He has spent a big part of his career working for McKinsey. He was partner as far as I know, in France, in Germany, in the UK. He has also been a member of the European Parliament during a certain number of years. So two great people, we listen to them. So please, Kerstin and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Benoit. Is it on? Yes. Thank you very much, Benoit. It's afternoon, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, I'm Wolf Klintz, the chair of the Financial Reporting Board since November 2022.
Yeah, I was introduced already, Wolf. I think Kerstin Rupata, chair of the Sustainability Reporting Board. But Benoit forgot to say, Wolf, you have been at EFRAG and also, you know, as the chair of the Financial Reporting Board in 2015. And when Saskia told me about that, I thought of the movie You Only Live Twice. So you came back. So what happened?
Well, very simple. I had a heart attack at the time. And I decided.
So EFRAG gave you a heart attack?
No, not really. But 2 months or a few weeks after my not only nomination, confirmation, as a matter of fact, as board member, I had the heart attack. And I said to myself, you know, I'd rather live another 10 years and then go back to EFRAG then. And so that's what I did. Here I am. So we have just witnessed the history of EFRAG and heard what incredible development this originally little organization has made since about 25 years. And Kerstin and I would like now to look into the future and see what possibly may lie ahead of EFRAG in the coming years.
Yeah, that's what we agreed on. And we have 3 main topics we would like to cover. Well, we said we would like to cover AI in the content of corporate reporting. So will it help? Will it not help? Is it a risk? Is it an opportunity, an impact, or all together? Then we will speak briefly about connectivity because we have another panel on connectivity, but we would lightly touch on connectivity between financial reporting and sustainability reporting. And we also cover Europe's role in the global context. So what is, or what are...
Particularly the relationship between ISB, EU, EFRAG, and the USA, FASB, and SEC in the coming years.
Yeah, a smaller topic for today. Yeah.
very, very small topic, yes. So let's go to the first topic, namely the impact of artificial intelligence on financial reporting and also on possibly on sustainability reporting. Now, AI is right now a very hot topic. As you know, there's euphoria on the one hand, and then the founder of Anthropic comes round and says there is even the risk that AI, if the development goes on with the same speed as so far, that the AI may outmaneuver mankind and we will lose control. So we'll see what will happen. But for the time being, it's obvious that the AI can be a very useful tool. And that does not exclude EFRAG, and it does not exclude financial and sustainability reporting. Now, what does this mean in concrete terms? When I think of financial reporting, I think it's clear that on the one hand, artificial intelligence may simplify the reporting. It may increase the efficiency of the reporting task. And it may also, in doing so, help to reduce the administrative burden, but all that does not come without risks. Now, when it comes to the simplification, it's clear that many tasks, particularly repetitive tasks, can be automated. And aggregation of huge masses of data will become easier. The creation of components, text modules also is facilitated by the AI, and plausibility checks to detect anomalies in huge data masses can also help. Some standard reports on risks, on chances, on forecasts, etc., may also be facilitated. Cash flow forecasts, evaluation in real time of market and interest rate data, and the fast calculation of complex evaluation models. All of that will be facilitated and so will be useful. Now, whether or not AI will also help the standard setter to sort of develop the standards in a more efficient way, we'll see. That cannot be ruled out. However, there are also risks involved. The risks, of course, are that one does not really always know which particular model has been used of AI to fulfill a task. And that, of course, has to be known. And that means that additional tasks will have to be fulfilled by the companies, by the preparers, but maybe also by the standard setters. We will have to disclose what models are being used. We'll have to explain why we are using them. And it means that we will have to introduce new internal controls. And also we have to adapt governance in some areas. So what's the impact on the possible impact on the sustainability?
I think what you said also applies to sustainability reporting to a large extent. I think, well, as you said, it's a powerful tool, both in analyzing data, also in preparing data. It might also help the standard setter, but maybe a little bit of differentiation between financial reporting and sustainability reporting. So when you look at financial reporting, the data is, I think, very mature. We can say that, right? So while sustainability reporting is more that we see a heterogeneity of data sources, we have the value chain, we have partly structured data. So I think it's a little bit a different setting. And I think the tool comes in here in 3 different ways, I would say. So first, I think data collection and matching across complex value chain might be an area where we can apply or where AI can help. Then in standardizing and checking data, I think that's also what you said for financial reporting. And it might also help when we look at further development. So it might also help in linking impact information to anticipated financial effects. That's also an area we cover very recently, right? But I also see there's no free lunch, so also risks that are coming with AI. And you said the most important thing is that we are transparent when we use AI and how do we use AI. That's also what you said, and that also applies to sustainability reporting.
Mm-hmm. So we now would like to address the topic number 2, connectivity. EFRAG's objective is to bring financial reporting and sustainability reporting closer together. We think of what we call it integrated reporting, and in our report on connectivity that was published just a few months ago, we even talk about integrated thinking as a final objective of all. Now, by bringing the 2 together, financial and sustainability reporting, we go to what we call corporate reporting. And that's why we also call EFRAG now the European voice of corporate reporting. We no longer call ourselves financial reporting or sustainable reporting. We call ourselves EFRAG as a whole organization, the head of the voice of corporate reporting. Now, when it comes to financial reporting perspective, sustainability has certain goals, and we feel that some of those goals clearly have a direct impact and bearing on financial reporting, and they influence the financial data directly, and therefore that should be reflected. For instance, when a company has the sustainability goal to be climate neutral in 3, 4, 5 years, that means that certain decisions and then also measures will have to be taken and implemented to get there. And those decisions do have a direct impact on the financial situation of the company. That means we have to know what does this achieving this goal, sustainability goal, what does this mean in terms of capacity or CapEx? What does it mean in terms of operational efficiency measures? What does it mean in setting up provisions that may be necessary? What does it mean in considering the write-off of stranded assets, etc.? So there are several things that directly influence the financial situation of a company that originate in the sustainability objectives.
Yeah, thanks, Wolf. That's you also cover partly, right, the sustainability reporting in your answers. So it's, we also have connectivity, as you said, between those. So let me mention what my thoughts about connectivity are. So first of all, I think the point is that connectivity includes to report where sustainability reporting goes beyond financial today's financial numbers. And I would distinguish here 3 dimensions. So first of all, and you mentioned it, is time horizon. So financial reporting is usually focused more on shorter time horizons than sustainability reporting. So for me, connectivity means here to explain if the effects show up in strategy, CapEx, or impairments or cash flow statements, or if they just stay in impact. Second point is the area of activity, or you can also call it consolidation. So control principle, what you all have in financial reporting. So in sustainability reporting, more the broader value chain and the impact. So I think important is to describe that not always the group perimeter equals the impact perimeter. And also data sources and uncertainty. So I think in that area, it's important to establish or to explain which data are robust and which are still under construction as a scenario or as just a broad estimation. And I think what is connectivity, or what is successful connectivity, and I would say that would be if you can trace a line from impacts, risk, and opportunities to financial indicators, and that's also what you described.
Sure. Now, having said this, and trying to integrate both reporting sides, it does not mean that a complete merger of both reporting pillars is around the corner. Merging sustainability and financial reporting is difficult, and therefore a complete merger seems unlikely, at least in the foreseeable future. We have, as you said, different timing horizons, relatively short, past-focused time in financial reporting, and a much longer time period, particularly future-oriented horizon in the sustainability area. We have different verification standards, and even the audiences that we try to address are not completely identical. So therefore, what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that connectivity is the most practical way to integrate financial reporting and sustainability reporting, but not to consolidate into a single document, but to link infos, assumptions, and key data in a consistent manner. In a way, one could say that sustainability reporting and financial reporting complement each other. And that is the European contribution to the next era of corporate reporting. We now come to the third topic, that is the relationship of Europe, ISB, EFRAG, with the USA. Now, there has been, when I joined the European Parliament in 2004, I was member of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, and at that time, there was the general feeling that within 2 years, the US GAAP and the IFS would merge. Now we know by now what the reality is. Then in 2008, when we had the financial crisis, a convergence agenda was set up, the so-called Norway Agreement. And again, both sides felt that within a relatively short period of time, we would come together, and ISB and FASPA would find ways and means to sort of, if not merge, to at least come very close to each other. Now, this has not happened, and we know that today we are further apart from this than before. There is strong political pressure in the US that has reduced the interest, if not eliminated completely, the interest in conversions. And there is no interest in the SEC to accept IFS as second general accounting principle. So both systems exist in parallel, and as it looks, will continue to exist for quite some time. And that doesn't mean that on a selective basis there may not be coordination. And also, I should say, EFRAG has a active communication line with FASB and the SEC. And Sebastian Oshimana, as our tech chair, has participated as an active contributor in one of the seminars organized by FASB just 2 months ago. So what about the SR and the convergence?
Yeah, you mentioned it already. So I also have, as I mean, in the USA 2024 climate reporting rule, it never came into practice. You mentioned already the ESRS and the ISSB, or EFRAG and the ISSB. I would say we have a different North Star, but we are looking into the same direction. You said also that the USA is not involved. That's true in our interoperability discussion. We do not involve the FASB. But I mean, thinking back and what we discussed that, right? You said you would like to know if I think we should do the same again, you know, if we would start from scratch, if it would be a good idea.
Well, my question is the following. I mean, you are a professor, or have been a professor of accounting at university, and that includes financial and sustainability reporting, both. And you do know that when it comes to financial reporting, Europe has taken a clear approach, namely work closely with the ISB, comment on the ISB proposals, try to inject own ideas that are the result of proactive research work into the work plan of ISB, so that the European influence does exist and bears fruit, and then eventually try to help the European Commission to endorse the standards that come out of this cooperation between EFRAG and the ISB. So one could have thought that for sustainability should take a similar, if not the same approach. In other words, to say the role of ISB is the ISSB, and so EFRAG works with the ISSB, injects own ideas, etc., but does not necessarily try to become an own standard setter in its own right. So my question is, was this approach that the Commission has chosen, particularly in an area when the Green Deal was still sort of the mantra of the European Commission, was this the right approach? Was it a bit too ambitious? Would it mean that the sustainability reporting standard setting of the European Union is limited to the EU, or do you also want to sort of roll it out to other jurisdictions, etc.?
Well, there's only one answer. It was, of course, the right approach. No, I do think the European approach, as I said, was fundamentally right, and I can explain why. So I think the story goes a little bit different from financial accounting, Wolf, because if you look for financial reporting, we had a different starting point. And that was also a little bit explained in the history. Because with financial reporting, we already had a well-established standard setter by the time. Europe had, by that time, only to decide if they join the IFRS world or not, right? For sustainability reporting, we had no mandatory well-established standard setter, global standard setter, and thinking back 4 years, we had at the same time political goals in the EU that we would like to fulfill, and you mentioned that also. Green Deal, for example, also climate neutrality, taxonomy, etc. On top of it, Europe also wanted the double materiality, so we would also like to see the impact on the environment and also on society. And a very important point that you also mentioned is, so learnings from IFRS and US GAAP, so they never aligned fully, right? And I think having that in mind, we took the right approach with the interoperability.
All right, as you said, I'm by now at least also convinced that you have taken the right approach, even though I did realize, like pretty much everybody here, how difficult the start was. in the last years. I mean, and also this changing the course of direction, as Sven pointed out, did not make it easier. But now I think you have found the right direction. You know what to do, and I hope that the future developer will prove you and the Commission right anyhow. Now, what is important to mention, I think, and that has been very gratifying for the whole of EFRAG, and in particular for those hard-working members of the Secretariat, the directors, and also the technical experts, is that the reputation of EFRAG is tremendous. We have, in the meantime, been able to develop a close working and communication relationship with other jurisdictions outside of the EU. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, just to name a few. And they are eager to communicate with us closely. They are eager to follow our thoughts. They are eager to be informed of proactive research work that we do so that they can participate in it. And they are also very supportive when we want to have influence on the ISB, and they are convinced that we are on the right track, then they help us very much and they're very supportive. So on that basis, I think the future of EFRAG is guaranteed. And I hope that from a competence and professional knowledge base, it's guaranteed. From a financial point of view, I hope that Sven, you will see to it that it will also be guaranteed.
Yes, for sustainability reporting, let me add that we, of course, will stay the focal point of discussions, right? Also with other standard setters, and that maybe in a couple of years' time, we see the application of AI also for connectivity, and we stick to our discussions with international standard setters. And with that, Bob, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So are there questions for Kerstin and Wolf? No. Huh? Okay, we go ahead. So thank you very much. So let's go to the next point at the agenda. It's the panel Advancing Connectivity in Corporate Reporting, Practice and Future Direction. So the scene will be set by Sebastian Rushimana, and the panel will be moderated by Jens Berger. About Sebastian Rushimana, he's there, so please, Sebastian. He's the chair of Financial Reporting Tech since 2023. Before that, he was managing director at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Belgium. And he's also a professor of IFRS at the University of Liège since 2008. Before that, you worked, Sebastian, in Ireland and in Zambia. So, excellent. And then we have Jens Berger. Jens Berger is a big friend of us. He helped us a lot making the junction between Chiara and you, Sebastian. Jens Berger is the head of the IFRS and Corporate Reporting Center of Excellence of Deloitte Germany, and he's a member of the Deloitte Global Leadership on Corporate Reporting. He has also been a vice chair of our Financial Reporting Tech during years and chair of the Financial Instruments Working Group, amongst others. So thank you. I let you the floor, Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, It's a pleasure to speak today about EFRAG's discussion paper on connectivity, a topic that sits at the heart of the evolving corporate reporting landscape. The discussion paper was not intended to provide all the answers. Rather, its purpose was to stimulate discussion, establish common understanding and key concepts, and provide an initial set of examples that can help us think more systematically about connectivity across the annual report. Let me start with an issue that has attracted significant debate, the boundaries of the financial statements. EFRAG discussion paper is not calling for a fundamental overhaul of existing recognition and measurement requirements. We already have a robust framework in practice. The conceptual framework for financial reporting provides guidance on recognition and measurement. The ISB has issued illustrative examples on disclosures of uncertainties, and EFRAG has clarified important questions such as the recognition and of constructive obligations. The discussion paper is therefore premised on retaining the current boundaries and distinct objectives of the different sections of the annual report. That said, there remains an active debate about which forward-looking information belongs within the financial statements and which should remain outside. For example, future cash flows used in impairment testing or asset retirement obligations are already embedded within financial reporting. By contrast, information about expected synergies and anticipated performance from strategic business combinations currently being discussed in the ISB's business combinations disclosures, goodwill and impairment project generally falls outside the financial statements. Many stakeholders argue that maintaining clear boundaries enhances connectivity because it helps users understand why certain sustainability-related information is not recognized or disclosed in financial statements. Clear boundaries improve understandability and reduce confusion. Others take a different view and agree that users are primarily interested in decision useful information, regardless of where it appears within the annual report. This brings me to the concept of connected information itself. Connectivity is a relatively new concept, mandatory in mandatory sustainability reporting. While it is central to sustainability reporting requirements, it's not explicitly embedded within IFRS accounting standards. EFRAG discussion paper explores connectivity from multiple perspectives. It discusses concepts such as coherence, consistency, direct and indirect connectivity, and intertemporal connectivity. It also highlights the different mechanisms that can be used to achieve connectivity, including cross-referencing, structured summaries, reconciliations, and transparent explanations when apparent inconsistencies arise. The discussion paper raises the question of whether IFRS accounting standards should contain more explicit connectivity requirements. Stakeholders have identified several practical challenges, though. These include different assurance levels between financial and sustainability reporting, differences in reporting boundaries resulting from financial versus operational control approaches, as Kirsten mentioned a while ago. Varying levels of aggregation and materiality, and the risks of duplicated disclosures that are not fully coherent across the annual report. Another area receiving considerable attention is anticipated financial effects, or AFI, as mentioned by Kirsten. Users have consistently expressed strong support for quantitative information about anticipated financial effects because it can provide valuable insight into the future financial implications of sustainability-related impacts, risks, and opportunities, the so-called IROs. At the same time, AFI is one of the most difficult concepts to operationalize. Methodologies remain underdeveloped, comparability is limited, uncertainty is often very high, and sustainability-related effects can be difficult to isolate from broader business drivers. Preparers, therefore, need clearer expectations regarding what levels of analysis and disclosure is realistically achievable. This topic has also been central to the revision of the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. Despite significant preparer concerns, EFRAG succeeded in maintaining full alignment with IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. The educational material developed by the ISSB has been important in addressing some of these concerns. The compromise reached within the ESRS's framework includes a long phase-in period extending to 2030 for quantitative disclosures, recognizing the need for further methodological development. EFRAG has already begun research in this area and will continue to develop support materials, methodologies, and practical illustrations under the leadership of Kerstin Lopata. Looking ahead, an important question is what comes next after the discussion paper. There's growing demand for users for sustainability reporting that is structured and comparable, much like financial statements. Central banks and other public authorities have also highlighted the importance of structured sustainability data for statistical analysis, financial stability monitoring, and public policy purposes. In this context, the debate around digital reporting deserves particular attention. There are lobbying efforts seeking to remove XBRL requirements from sustainability reporting, often based on the argument that artificial intelligence can replace structured digital tagging. However, current evidence suggests otherwise. Academic research points to the continuing limitations of AI when extracting complex reporting information from PDF documents. Many authoritative voices, including XBRL International, have emphasized that AI and XBRL should not be viewed as competing technologies. On the contrary, structured XBRL data can help train and improve AI systems, creating powerful synergies between the two. For the foreseeable future, XBRL remains an essential component of high-quality, accessible, and comparable sustainability reporting. This is particularly important given ongoing concerns regarding the reliability and accuracy of information provided by some commercial data aggregators. In conclusion, connectivity is not merely a reporting concept. It is about helping users understand the relationships between strategy, sustainability, risk, and financial performance. The EFRAG discussion paper has provided an important foundation for this discussion. The challenge now is to translate these concepts into practical solutions that enhance transparency, comparability, and decision usefulness while remaining operationally feasible for preparers. To explore these issues further, I now invite my honorable friend Jens Berger to moderate a panel of experts who will share their perspective on connectivity and discuss what lies ahead for corporate reporting in the years to come. Jens, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
So don't forget to speak in the mic.
I will.
For the people online.
It's automatically working. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. We only have two of them, so we do have to do a bit of mic jogging. So I'll introduce you in a sec. Oh, lovely. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Sebastian, for the introductory words. Connectivity is obviously a word that everyone nods along to, and then suddenly or implicitly defines it differently. As Sebastian said, we can dive straight into all the discussions on details, but we have to keep focus on why we're doing this, why we have produced a discussion paper, why the discussion is ongoing at the moment. And the main focus is to help users understand relationships between strategy, sustainability, risk, and financial performance. And over the next hour, we will pick some of the issues we have been discussing as part of the discussion papers, the ongoing debate around connectivity, as Sebastian already alluded to. We have a deliberately mixed panel, which I find very interesting. We have a standard setter that was a user. We have two preparers. We have an investor and we have an academic, and different perspectives are always helpful to make the debate live and kicking. Let me introduce them very briefly. We'll find the full detail in the program. Let me start with Nick Anderson. Nick Anderson is an ISB board member since 2017, so approaching the 10-year period. He has, before that, accumulated 30 years of buy-side investor analyst experience, and he is a co-founder of the corporate reporting user forum, CRUF. And also in this capacity, he brings in today the standard setters experience, but also the user lens. Then we have Ann Lomas, the corporate chief accountant from ASML, the producer of the machines that produce the chips we all are so dependent on, and even more with AI. She's an ex-member of EFRAG Tech. We spent some time on the financial reporting pillar. We spent some time together there, so I appreciated that. And she not only brings the preparers view within the discussion, but also she is working for a company that is at the heart of the tech revolution and also the AI revolution. So welcome, Anne. Next in line is Jeremy Stuber. Jeremy Stuber is a seasoned equity analyst. He's chair of CRUF UK and also a co-chair of the ISB's Capital Markets Advisory Committee. He's also on EFRAG's Intangibles panel and also contributing to the Connectivity Advisory panel. He's one of these rare investor voices we always need, because that's the ultimate purpose we're doing all of this here. And so at least from the technical, nerdy accounting side of the equation. And so welcome, Jeremy. And then we have Leo van der Tas. Leo van der Tas is a professor at Tilburg University. He is a renowned IFRS capacity in the ecosystem, having spent several decades at EY in various roles, and also very active at EFRAG, as we also have heard today, also from the outset in other capacities. He's also a member, and a very active member, I can confirm, of the Connectivity Advisory Panel. He's an academic, but I also hope he shares some perspectives from his old auditor's life. And last but not least, we have Vanya Rusinova. She's a senior ESG specialist at Ørsted, the large renewables companies from Denmark. She's a former sustainability reporting tech member, and she's one of those that already started their journey on the connectivity part of the equation. So welcome, Vanya. And with that, I think we should start where it all begins. The boundaries of financial statements and the interaction with the other part of the annual report. EFRAG's discussion paper did not want to revolutionize that, and maybe there were some that wanted to. And I think Wolf already discussed the integrated reporting. We know that we have to keep the boundaries for the time being. There's legal consequences of that. There is conceptual discussions around this. But we didn't want to touch that discussion. But I think once you have boundaries between some two elements, you need to discuss the gray areas. The gray areas have always been in all the discussions I had in the last 25 years around what is considered forward-looking, what is considered too far out in the future. You can discuss, what cash flows are to be included in the impairment calculation. What about asset retirement obligations, and more recently, the synergies discussion as part of the business combinations project at the ISB. And so maybe I can start with Nick, because I touched on the BCDGI synergy disclosure. Do we need more clarity around the gray areas, and in particular on forward-looking information and synergies?
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah, it is correct. First of all, it's an honor to be here today. I remember starting my career as a European investment analyst in the mid-80s and trying to make sense of different financial information from different jurisdictions across Europe, and we've come so far from there. And I think the success of the IASB has been, well, what's been pivotal to that has been what started in Europe, propagating more consistent standards in many jurisdictions. So in terms of the boundaries question, the conceptual framework, as Sebastian highlighted, clearly defines the boundary. The objective of financial statements is to provide information about assets, liabilities, equities, expenses, and income. And we have recognition based on past events, reflecting present obligations and rights. We have measurement, which can both reflect the past and sometimes forward-looking assumptions. Presentation provides a useful structured summary, and that's complemented by disclosure in terms of both recognised and unrecognised elements. And then we come to something like the proposals that the IASB has today around business combinations. And here there are a couple of pieces of information which are deemed to be forward-looking. One is around expected synergies at the time of the deal. And the second is about the performance of the largest acquisitions on a go-forward basis. What had the management expected? What were their targets? Are they delivering against those targets? Now, here judgment is required. Clearly, the transaction is something that's happened in the past. It's not a transaction going forward. And indeed, the conceptual framework is clear about forward-looking information. If it relates to those elements, and it's useful to users, then it's within the boundaries. I think part of it is that there's a discomfort because that's not necessarily the type of information that we've had in the financial statements before. So we're questioning that. I think also for this subject, it's important to remember that it's a very emotive, I would say, topic. There are concerns about the ability to audit some of these numbers. There's issues around commercial sensitivity, around accountability. And I think a lot of things have been thrown at these proposals, including the boundary question, really because the proposals haven't been welcomed by all stakeholders. So I think it's mixed up with many things there. The issue will be resolved by the IASB within the next few months in terms of whether we see these proposals through to conclusion. I think there are still some grey areas nevertheless, and I think the most obvious one is around unrecognised elements, things which qualify as an asset, let's say, but don't meet the recognition criteria. But that's where coordination is important between bodies setting sustainability requirements and those in the financial statements, just to seek to avoid duplication in that area. So I don't think we need a revolution here. I think we're in a good place, but not to say there aren't some controversies.
Thank you, Nick. Leo, what's your view on this grey area discussion?
Thank you, Jens. I think Nick explained very well the boundaries of the financial statements versus the rest. And I think it's important to realize that, and also in relation to assurance, to realize that in financial reporting have always made the distinction between financial statements on the one hand and the rest of the financial report on the other, where the rest is more, let's say, about the future, about providing an analysis of what's in the financial statements, and the financial statements being, let's say, the starting point for any analysis, right? So it's sort of a one that is reliable. That's why you get reasonable assurance on the financial statements, whereas you get either no or limited assurance or just an inconsistency check on the rest. In sustainability reporting, we don't make that distinction. We don't make a distinction between the past and the present on the one hand and the future on the other. Some companies try to link that, and that leads to an assurance issue, because assurance is much easier to provide on the past and the present than it is on forward-looking information. So some companies have tried to bridge that gap by saying, okay, let's ask reasonable assurance on some elements in the sustainability report that relates to the past and the present. Now, because in sustainability report we don't make that distinction, that creates a bit of an issue, because then you have to sort of basically find one element of the information on this page and one element of information on the other page. So that doesn't really help the users that much, but it is important to that at least that reasonable assurance is provided. So that brings me to the question. So what if you would shift the boundaries? So if you would move the goalposts and, for example, tinker with the definition of an asset or a liability, or and then the question is, does that really solve the connectivity issue? Because yes, you might get more information in the financial statements, but you will never get, let's say, the whole richness of the information about that future into the financial statements. So I don't think that will solve the problem. So I'm very interested in the feedback on the discussion paper, whether that will actually make any difference on the discussion we're having on connectivity. I would rather stick to the current boundaries and improve the disclosures on how you connect the dots. And if you would move the goalpost, Nick, then I think you're in for a complete revamp of corporate reporting, because that would mean that you would have to incorporate all sorts of issues into the financial statements. So be careful what you wish for.
I think we wanted to duck the integrated reporting debate for today, but thank you, Leo, and from your perspective as a preparer, because that's the voice in the market, oftentimes the stakeholder group that is pushing heaviest against some of these disclosures. So maybe your perspective on that.
Yeah, so I think as a preparer, we start with a conceptual framework on connectivity. So whenever we start making a new annual report, that's the first thing we do. We think about the story you want to tell as a company. We think about our different stakeholders and what information would be very important to them. So we actually started on day one. But what we do see is that every chapter has its own identity. So every chapter actually has his group of experts, has his group of standard setters. And there the difficulty comes into play, because telling that story where we do want some flexibility, because every company is different, every business model might be different, becomes more challenging, because actually, if we could choose, I just want to write 30 pages about what ASML did in 2026. But then I need to include various other chapters that actually force me to come up to 400 pages. And I don't know about you, but I struggle to read 400 pages in one day. But also every expert brings in his challenges. So I think from a connectivity perspective, I would like to respect all the different chapters. And it is nice actually when you tell the story that you can do it top down. So whenever we tell a story, I can make a reference to another chapter that actually goes more into the details. Now, if we start, motivating more duplication, then because sometimes you have duplication, but also because sometimes definitions are different. Let's take a very simple one, FTEs. That can mean a lot of different things throughout a report. And now we're only talking about the number of employees that work at a company. So I think there are definitely struggles when you do connectivity. But of course, for me, this is one of the most important things. But it's connectivity between preparers, users, standard setters, but also auditors. And there comes another challenge, especially on forward-looking information. What would be the implication of the assurance report? Is it still possible to do reasonable assurance, or still we stick to limited assurance? And I think for me as a preparer, especially for my team, how many hours do I need to spend to convince my auditor that we're actually doing the right thing? We're currently about 40,000 hours that they spend. Will that go to 60,000 hours a year in order to include that? So I think it's a very important topic, but I think it's really good. You need all those chapters, all those experts to work together. And there's a challenge I do see. And I think an important one, but yeah, we need to make sure that we can also just tell the story of what we're doing.
Thank you, Anne. As a customer and consumer of the information provided, Jeremy, what's your view on the boundaries and the location of information?
Well, good morning, afternoon, everyone. So in an ideal world, really borders shouldn't matter. A user should have an equal level of trust in information a corporate discloses, regardless of location. In the real world, of course, there are a couple of, main reasons why a boundary is important. So first, as we mentioned a little bit already, is different assurance levels. In practice, users don't treat all locations equally. Financial statements remain the golden source based on mature accounting and auditing standards and well understood audit opinions. Sustainability reports are increasingly useful, but they're in their infancy, and the different levels of assurance are a source of confusion for many users. And then the second point, different time horizons. So financial statements mainly backward-looking, and sustainability disclosures a lot more forward-looking. And I think this lack of clarity about the boundary between financial reporting and sustainability reporting creates in many cases an expectations gap. Some investors, but not all, think that climate-related risks, most or even all climate-related risks, should somehow manifest themselves in the financial statements. So let's try to bring it to life with a practical example. If a sustainability report notes a polluting factory that may need to be closed earlier than anticipated, what would I expect to see in terms of the assets on the balance sheet? Should they be impaired? Now, when I looked at a lot of the balance sheets, in my experience, the most common statement is that the climate-related risks have been considered, but there's no risk of impairment. And the explanation is remarkably simple. The remaining useful life of the assets, perhaps 5 years, but the climate-related risk will only crystallize in 10 years' time, so the value of the machine on the balance sheet remains unimpaired. Now, from my perspective, an investor, it's very comforting that organizations thought about the climate-related risks and it's sufficiently joined up internally and uses the same data and assumptions. So in terms of a boundary, it's not really about keeping two worlds separate, financial reporting and sustainability reporting. It's about clarifying how information crosses that boundary. Investors want to track how today's expectations will translate into tomorrow's balance sheets.
Thank you, Jeremy. That closes the first round. I think we already have touched on certain aspects in terms of requirements in accounting standards, which are currently not there yet in IFRS accounting standards. The sustainability reporting standards from EFRAG, but also from the ISSB explicitly require connectivity as an underlying principle. And the question that comes to mind is, A, do we need such principles? Would they guide the way going forward, or is there already enough in the standards that help you to start your journey on connectivity? Also some on priorities around connectivity, and maybe Vanya, you are working at a company that has already embraced connectivity. What does connectivity mean to you, and how has Ørsted overcome some of the main challenges we've just heard?
Thank you, Jens, and good afternoon, everyone. I think oftentimes when we talk about connectivity, we talk about the end result, right? The annual report and how we link information there, which I think is very important. But I would like to bring the attention on how do we actually design internally in the organization for connectivity. When I think of connectivity, I think about integrating sustainability across organizational processes, starting from the annual review and update of the strategy, going into and cascading that information down to individual business areas where priorities are set, then handing over to the finance organization where budgeting, forecasting, performance management, internal and external reporting happens. I think when you include sustainability and all of these steps of the process, you actually ensure the right building blocks inside the organization, the right foundation in the organization that can then allow you, when preparing the annual report, to ensure the consistency, the coherence, the direct, indirect connectivity, the temporal element of it as well. And these are, of course, all characteristics that are highlighted in EFRAG's connectivity paper, and I encourage everyone who hasn't yet had a chance to take a look at it to do so. So how do we tackle this at Ørsted? We follow those principles. For example, when it comes to one source of truth, one set of numbers, that also includes ESG data. ESG data in Ørsted follows the exact same processes as financial data. We use the same systems for input data. We use the same systems for consolidation data. We have month-end close processes with ESG controllers at input level and consolidation level.
And we work and that ensures, of course, the quality of the data that we work with. So every month we produce reports, we inform board of directors, our top management. And so there are no surprises by year end when we need to produce the report. We work very closely with our colleagues in finance. We have for years been jealous of their good standards for reporting. So now we are very happy that we have our own as well. We work very closely with them, and we work to design processes and to design reporting together with them. Taxonomy reporting is an example of that. We have a mapping to the financials. It is done alongside our finance colleagues. So every month we can press a button and extract information from our consolidation system, and we know exactly how our taxonomy aligned revenue and EBITDA are doing, what are the drivers, and we feed that information to the board of directors alongside greenhouse gas information, which is linked to our climate targets, as well as health and safety data. We work with greenhouse gas emission forecasting, which also sits alongside the financial rolling forecasts, happens at the same time, bottom up. And we also work with a long-term greenhouse gas emission forecast, which is more linked to our strategy and priorities. And so really bringing that more long-term thinking into how we are affected. Another highlight, last one that I would like to add as well is how we think in the organization around sustainability risks. Actually, internally, we don't distinguish between sustainability risks and traditional risks. We just work with risks. And we work very closely with our enterprise risk colleagues. We work on the definitions of the different categorizations, boxes of risks, and we expand those with a sustainability angle. But we don't treat sustainability risks in any different way. They're subject to the same frameworks, the same scrutiny, etc. And what that allows us to actually do is tap into existing processes in the organization. It reduces the burden of creating, running, and maintaining parallel processes, but it also allows us to be part of the organization, part of the overall thinking and setting the direction. So if I am to conclude on this, I think for us, or for me as well, sustainability is something that you build on the inside. It's not something that you add only at the year end when you're producing the annual report, because I think it's really difficult to connect on paper what hasn't been previously connected in the organization.
Thank you, Vanya. And Jeremy, we know we will not achieve everything around connectivity at once. So what issues would you prioritize, or what aspects?
Thank you. So I'm going to give a connectivity from an external perspective now after the internal one. So connecting information is really at the heart of being an equity analyst. It's nothing new. I've always tried to spend a lot of time looking at how to connect information from the financial statements with other information from the corporate, such as analyst calls, capital markets presentations, meetings with management, factory visits, etc., and combine this with information about the corporate from third parties, reviews by customers and by employees, etc. Now, when I look across all these different perspectives, I always ask myself a fundamental question. Do these different perspectives paint the same or a subtly different picture? And if they do present a subtly different picture, how does that inform my view of the risks and opportunities and ultimately my investment decision? Now, when I'm comparing financial information and sustainability information, I like to use a medical analogy. So for me, I think of financial statements as an X-ray. They're an image of the financial structure of the company using mature reporting standards. Sustainability information, I think, are akin to an MRI scan. It's an image of the softer tissue, often in very high resolution, using reporting standards which are still being developed. So combining these two issues, complementary perspectives on the same person, the same company, provides a much richer picture. So what areas would I prioritize to improve connectivity? I'll put down 3 here. So firstly, better disaggregation. Sustainability disclosures are inherently granular, and that value is lost when data is aggregated up to the group level. Group level averages hide asymmetric risks. So for example, knowing a company's average energy efficiency across 50 factories is really useless if what I want to know is the 3 least efficient facilities faced imminent regulatory closure. To spot these outliers, we need to have that level of detail left intact. The second area of priority, I think, is more operational metrics. So in the longer run, I see sustainability reporting. I look forward to a time when we see operational metrics disclosed alongside financial metrics, such as total energy usage for the period next to the total energy expense in the period. And the third area, which has been commented on in the introduction, better cross-referencing. Now, cross-referencing for me could be thought as the kind of connective tissue between the bones of the financial report and the muscles in the sustainability report. Now, when I read in the past lots of information published by in annual reports, and when I see lots of cross-references, it gives me a good feeling. It tells me the organisation is genuinely joined up internally and it's confident enough to express itself consistently and with precision externally. But there's also empirical evidence to suggest that cross-references are defining characteristics of corporate reporting excellence. In the UK, for over 2 decades, Pricewaterhouse has reviewed UK annual reports and selected annual award winners. And there was an academic study that looked at what distinguishes these award winners from the peers by analysing the word frequency of certain keywords. And there's a few findings that were really fascinating. So firstly, the word contract appeared far more frequently in winners. It was discussed with precision and clarity because normally a contract was a win, something positive. On the other hand, the word market was notably less frequent, as poor performance is often explained away using vague external factors such as a tough market. But there was something else that was really interesting. They noticed the 2 words that came up with more frequency in the report award winners: the word see, SEE, and the word page. So what was the reason? Well, it wasn't the individual words, but the coupling, the phrase see page. In other words, a cross-reference. It was a defining characteristic of the award winners. So I think that's some empirical evidence that cross-referencing really matters.
Thank you, Jeremy. Nick, the EFRAG discussion paper actually asks the ISB to change their accounting standards to enable better connectivity. We already heard today that, you know, without having connectivity in accounting standards, you can still start your journey. But is that something that is absolutely important now in IFRS accounting standards?
Well, not unusual for EFRAG to ask ISB to change its accounting standards is the first thing I'd say. So there are a number of tools within the existing standards that speak to connected information, requirements for relevance, for consistency, looking at assumptions around estimates and judgments, requirements for disaggregation, and we'll continue to build on those, even within the financial statements through our work in IFRS 18 around presentation, better requirements there to tie information together, and the work that we currently have on the cash flow project, again, to build linkages within the financial statements. Clearly, it's important for us to be working with our sister board to ensure that we have compatibility and some of their requirements, and indeed requirements for EFRAG, we support that compatibility. But I think it's worth stepping back, and Jeremy's touched upon it, and we've also heard from Anne and Vanya as well, about why the desire to see connected and coherent information. And the reality is, it's nothing new. As an investor, I've always sought a consistent and coherent story from potential companies to invest in. Each report tells a story. The financial statements tell us a story, especially over time. Sustainability reporting tells a story. Management reports and commentary tell a story. And I want to check they're telling the same story. That's what I do. And that's, in essence, about building trust. And it's building trust in companies. It's about building trust in their management. It's about me building trust in my own investment case. And every time I see a potential inconsistency, that erodes that trust a little bit, unless it can be explained clearly. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. And so ultimately, whatever we require in terms of cross-referencing or so and so and so, this, we have to help facilitate this, but it has to come from the companies, because I want to understand that they are operating on a joined up basis. As Vanya said, you know, we just think of risks and opportunities rather than a certain subset of risks and opportunities, because that's the type of company I want to invest in. One where I there is a common understanding about the direction and strategy of the company, and it's reflected in their external reporting. I'm there to verify. It's a bit like detective work. That's what I'm doing, trying to verify, build that confidence. And so I think, as Sandra says, there are things which we can do, but that's to help facilitate. And ultimately, it has to come from the reporters.
Thank you, Nick. Leo, the academic evidence, what does it tell us?
Yeah, Jens. So of course, there's a huge amount of volume of research already done in the area of, let's say, sustainability reporting versus financial reporting or connectivity. So we would probably spend a couple of days here. But what I want to mention is 3 things that came out of a workshop that was organized by EFRAG and the European Accounting Association recently about connectivity, where they specifically presented research about connectivity. And interesting thing is, I highlighted 3 things, and they all refer to the things that you brought up. First of all, there was a research done looking at investors, 375 investors in Europe, and it's revealed that those investors found connectivity really important, particularly if it was very concrete about linking sustainability financial effects on financial statements. So, for example, having KPIs that say earn EBIT, but taking into account the CO2 emissions, so the emission rights, for example. So the more you make it concrete, the more the investors liked that. A second one was looking at 600 European listed companies about their disclosures on sustainability, and that was done by 2 people from the CAP itself, so the Connectivity Advisory Panel itself, so Torsten Selhorn and Gaitska Ormazabal, and 2 of their colleagues. What they found is that if there's more information about climate in the financial statements and it is linked to the sustainability report, it actually puts some discipline around what's in the sustainability report. So what they found, and I quote, it's not my words, they found less cheap talk in the financial statements and sustainability report if there was a clear connection between the 2. And the third one I want to mention is bringing back to Vanja, your point. Research found that connectivity is not a reporting issue only; it's a governance issue. So this is about actually integrating that thinking in the whole corporate reporting.
Thank you, Leo. I think we have to switch to easier topics now. So we go to anticipated financial effects. Sebastian, in your introduction, you said that the user community is strongly supporting the quantification of anticipated financial effects. There is pushback from other stakeholder groups. And admittedly, this is the area where the requirements are hardest to operationalize. It's a fairly novel concept, I should say. There's limited availability of methodologies that are established. There's high uncertainty. It's the time horizon we're looking at. It's often far out in the future. And EFRAG held steady the course during the revision of ESRS on requiring quantification, although with a phase-in until 2030, which is, given it's mid-26, not a long time to go, actually, if we're honest. And we know that also the Commission in the run-up to the delegated act again received calls for dropping that quantification requirement altogether. So maybe I'll start with Jeremy because he's the investor. Today we see disclosure around anticipated financial effects more on the narrative basis, so qualitatively. Preparers often are reluctant to disclose because they fear misinterpretation, they fear comparability issues, they fear also there's also a legal element certainly to it. But oftentimes, and I know the project director often refers to it as in some of the outreaches, he said that this was called the analyst stream. So it looks like there's huge demand with limited willingness to supply. So maybe I'm missing a point here. Maybe, Jeremy, you can shed some light on this.
Thank you. No, I think it really is an analyst stream. it's really helpful if the company provides forecasts for us. We don't have to do it ourselves. And I think in the project we did, the Connectivity Advisory Panel, the best example I saw of this was a paper and pulp company. They had a table showing the anticipated financial impact per year of each climate-related risk. Now, this was an example of best-in-class disclosure, but it's extremely rare to see. So not only does it help me do my job, it gives me a number to put into my forecasts, but it also gives me a lot of confidence that the business has considered these climate-related risks in detail and has the confidence to disclose them publicly. However, even in this case, when the anticipated financial effects were estimable, it would have been more useful if the company had defined what they meant by financial impact precisely, and also cross-referenced it back to the financial statements. So standing back here, I think sometimes as a user, all too often we think that the chief financial officer is all-knowing, and there's a big button in the company which they can simply press, and they get all the operational and financial information at their fingertips. And I recall actually speaking to an accountant at one of the big mining companies. Now the mining company publishes a decarbonisation plan, but they don't publish anticipated financial effects. Now, I asked why not. They said internally, the accountant asked the divisional accountants, could they provide some financial forecasts? They in turn asked the project managers, who asked the engineers, who couldn't give a clear answer either. And the fact is, the technologies are immature and in some cases unproven. So in these cases, when anticipated financial effects are inestimable, it's much more useful to provide a narrative discussion of the technologies currently being considered and perhaps a range of scenarios based on current costs, which come with, of course, with a clear safety warning that these costs will change over time. So when we're thinking about transition plans, I like to think of it as a huge long-term project, similar to any other large long-term project. Now, most companies in terms of transition plans are at the very early stages. There's lots of unknowns. And in the world of project management, there's, I think, a useful term called the cone of uncertainty. So initially, there's a lot of variability in expected costs. And over time, the costs become more certain and that cone narrows down. But until the cone narrows down, how can we as users separate companies facing genuine engineering uncertainties from those companies greenwashing? In other words, setting lofty ambitions, but doing very little. So in my language, I like to sort out disclosures and put them into 3 buckets, kind of under the labels of goals, plans, and actions. So goals, they're simply long-term ambitions. Setting a net zero target on its own will not result in a liability in the current period, as there's no present obligation based on a past event. Now, I think this point is obvious to specialists in the room here today, but from a general investor perspective, I think it's quite a subtle point, so it's worth reinforcing as part of an educational focus. And this hopefully would close some of the expectation gap amongst some users that most climate commitments should somehow result in liabilities being immediately recognised in the financial statements. So the second heading are plans, much shorter term intentions. Now, some planned closure costs are, of course, recognised on the balance sheet under certain conditions, but most planned green capex remain outside the financial statements until they become actual obligations. So that's a half and half category. And then the third heading of actions. These are things that have actually occurred, and therefore, of course, you should expect to see in the current accounting period the impact. For example, green investments may form part of the R&D expense or part of capex. So in the case of transition plans, what I'd like to see, I'd like to track anticipated financial effects in the current accounting periods with the actual financial effects in future accounting periods. And to do this, we need sufficient disaggregation of revenues and costs. Investors want to see if yesterday's plans match today's reality.
Thank you, Jeremy. Why don't you fulfill Jeremy's dreams about anticipated financial effects?
Yeah, so what is an investor's dream is a preparer's nightmare, I think. But let's see if he can bring the dreaming together. I must say I challenge this a bit, and I think it's all the reasons that are very obvious is the assumptions that are tied to future information are large. And if you start in year 1, you can do that. But what happens if you in year 2, that every assumption you took in year 1 actually changed? And then probably I'm going to need add 10 more pages to explain what the assumptions had last year, why they are different this year. And that's, I think, the struggle. And then the auditors come in and they will ask me, you know, how can you support the future? And what is then the impact on the assurance report? And I think these are all challenges, not that we don't want to do it, but there also needs to be, how do we do it? And I think currently in most companies, and also our company, let's say before June, we actually have a finance department, a sustainability department, an engineering department, and actually the difficulty I also have, how do you bring all these experts together so that they speak the same language? Because even in the university education system, there is a education for sustainability. There is one on finance, but I think it also starts there. So we also need to think about how can we enable this skill set. And we just started, for example, at ASML, which is, I think, pretty special because we now have a team called Expert Advisory, and we actually brought all the experts together. So we now have sustainability, treasury, tax, custom, and accounting in one team. But putting those people together, first of all, they look because they all have a different book. And somehow they're same because they're experts and they have the same capability, but it will take a while before they actually speak the same language. And I think there I need to include the engineers as well, which we haven't done yet. But we also need to be cognizant for the fact that this takes a while before everybody, you know, speaks the same language. You know, when you want to teach a new language, you cannot do that in 1 week. You need to exercise that. So I think before issuing, we also need to think about what capability do we need in order to get this done so that we can make a very transparent picture to the reader and that everybody can understand it. Because, yeah, some experts understand the financials, some will understand sustainability, but they need to understand both. And I think that's also part of the challenge. How do you do that? And to make sure that we still have a story that everyone understands. And I think there is a bit of the challenge. Qualitative is a bit more easier to do that. Quantitative is like next level.
Thank you, Anne. We have heard throughout the discussions about anticipated financial effects that it's a relative new field of reporting. It's nascent. We don't have the methodologies yet, but then there's this like a reflex asking for more guidance. The problem always is there's asks for guidance, but they're not specific on what guidance. So I think that's to say that's the standard setter's job. Vanya, what if you would have a wish list for standard setters, or what would you need in terms of implementation support, both from, in an ideal world, obviously, because the requirements are aligned from ISSB and EFRAG?
A Christmas wish list for anticipated financial effects. I think it's important to recognize that a lot has actually been done in the area. We have quite a lot of reliefs, quite a lot of provisions that are giving time for preparers to start thinking about it. Not use that time to postpone until mandatory requirements kick in, but start preparing already now. And I like to think of this as a kind of stepwise process. It's you don't hit the nail on the head from the very first go. It's a process and you learn along the way. So on some of the things you mentioned as challenges, we have been experiencing as well, but it has been very helpful year after year to bring all these people to the table in conversations. Not just teaching them our language, but learning how to speak their language, translating regulatory requirements into this. And so when I'm thinking of what do we need next, I think we need conversations where it's not just preparers, it's not just investors, for example, users of the information. We need joint conversations, because if I know how the information will be most useful to those using it, then I can think about how do we best prepare it. and it's a joint learning experience. And maybe we're asking for something right now that along the way we will learn that, okay, we need to be asking actually for something slightly different. But that happens only when you try. And my fear with a lot of postponements is usually that companies don't necessarily try until they have to. And then we have very few left in the conversations. And then the standard setter will have conversations with these very few. And then the mandatory requirements will kick in. And then some preparers will be unprepared again. So I think as much as we need these conversations to happen, I think the first stage is maybe educating and understanding what this is and what this isn't, and how can we do it stepwise so that it's not a huge, I don't like to use that word burden, but just so that it's not a lot for preparers to have to do in the very beginning. So kind of crafting the way to it and thinking about how do we use it, how do we prepare it in the most sensible way. It should be decision useful, right? We shouldn't be reporting for the sake of reporting. But companies, we as preparers, we learn along the way and we get better at this. So guidance on how to think about it, conversations where it's various stakeholders, actors from that ecosystem that we need. That will be very helpful. And I think EFRAG is already working on supporting materials for this.
Thank you so much. Looking a bit ahead, what's next? The discussion paper now is in the commenting phase, but Sebastian touched on one point that is even more at the heart of discussion now, because when we started to discuss the DP, we kind of weren't fully aware of the developments or didn't have the forecast on what happens with AI. And so we discussed a lot about the necessity to digitalize information, to tag information. And I think at that point, there was no debate that XBRL is the technology we're going to use. And then AI came along, and there's still that, well, at the moment, I think the evidence is more in favor of having structured data to complement the work of AI. AI will certainly play a role. But I think it's also clear that AI will be the flavor of the month for the next couple of years, I guess. So I hope we will not be abandoned as account or people by that technology, but let's see. Anne, you are working for a company that obviously is probably thriving on AI at the moment. So what's your take on that? And I heard you brought a little example of AI with you today. So maybe Anne, over to you.
Yeah, so maybe before I share my perspective on it, I would like to ask to show you a small video that we made.
The Future of Sustainability Reporting, powered by IA by Anne Lammers, Corporate Chief Accountant at ASML.
Dear attendees of the 25th Annual EFRAG Conference, by way of introduction, I am an AI avatar, a digital voice and face powered by artificial intelligence, designed to present information, guide discussion, and help translate reporting opportunities and challenges into something more practical. In a way, I am also part of today's experiment, because I am not only here to speak about AI, I am here as an example of what AI already looks like in action. So let me start with a question. Are we still doing tagging in the right way? Or is AI opening a very different path? Can AI support the process in a way that benefits preparers, users, standard setters, and auditors? And that is exactly what we want to explore with you today. We decided to test this in practice. We used two very specific sources: ASML's 2025 annual report and the data points listed in the EFRAG Implementation Guidance 3. We then asked AI to work through that information to see whether it could help us find the relevant data points in ASML's annual report. That is what we want to show you today. We will look at what AI can already do, where it genuinely adds value, and where human judgment still matters most. And perhaps most importantly, we want to reflect on what this could mean for the future of sustainability reporting. So as we begin, I invite you to stay open-minded about what I am going to show you in the next couple of slides. We asked Copilot to help us draft a prompt, not as trained AI specialists, and certainly not as highly skilled prompt engineers, but as everyday users describing a straightforward task in plain language. Of course, someone with deeper prompting expertise might get even stronger results, but that is precisely the point. We wanted to see what is already possible without that level of specialization. We asked AI to extract the reported values for E1, climate change, and S1, own workforce, data points from the ASML's 2025 annual report. In other words, shifting routine work from people to technology so professionals can free up time and focus on what truly adds value, insight, judgment, and human impact. So we pushed the button and saw what the future could look like. Copilot went deep. It produced a data point by data point analysis of our disclosures with direct links back to the relevant passages in the report. But let me challenge you for a moment. Is producing answers the breakthrough or trusting them? Would you defend it in front of your board, your auditors, or your stakeholders? Because that's the real test. So we asked, is this impressive or is it decision grade? And we brought the human back in. Our subject matter experts, the people who draft our sustainability statements and assess the results. Because in the end, AI can generate, but can it truly be trusted? Here is what the experts found. For E1, we tested 217 data points. Copilot was clearly incorrect in 6 cases. When we exclude data points that were not required to disclose, this translates into 96% accuracy in correctly identifying where the information is located in the report. We then repeated the exercise using a second AI tool, Harvey. Of the 6 cases where Copilot struggled, Harvey resolved 4, bringing the combined accuracy to over 98%. For S1, we assessed 198 data points. Copilot missed 8 data points, mainly due to challenges in distinguishing between non-employees and the total own workforce. After adjusting for the data points not required to disclose, this resulted in an accuracy score of 93%. So what does this tell us? Not that AI is perfect, but that it is already remarkably capable and improving fast. The question is no longer if AI will change corporate reporting, but how quickly and whether you are ready. Will you trust it? Will your stakeholders trust it? Or perhaps the better question, what needs to happen before you do? Because this is not just a technology shift. It's a shift in how you work, how you validate, and how you create value. And that brings it back to you. Do you see this as a threat or as an opportunity? An opportunity to move beyond manual work, to focus on judgment, insight, and real impact. In a world where AI can do the analysis, what will define your contribution? Now, before I start applying for the job of the corporate chief accountant at ASML, let me give the floor back to the real unlommers.
Yeah, so indeed, and I must admit, I'm a bit biased on using AI, of course. So in that sense, but I wanted to show, and I asked around also in my team, I said, how much fun is tagging? And I must admit, I don't want to, but most of them are not that enthusiastic, or there are other stuff that they like much more. So I think for me, having data that can be trusted is hugely important. And I think when we made our vision on the annual report, and this was actually 3 years ago, we said, how cool would it be if users could put on their VR glasses, meet our CEO and CFO, and just ask questions, and actually the avatar would answer that. That would be the dream to come true, not reading the report, but actually having that interaction. But of course, there's one really important, the data needs to get trusted. But I want to encourage everyone that even with these simple prompts, and I am not an AI engineer, you can do a lot. And 98%, I actually asked AI what the human error would be. And of course, probably it's biased as well. But I think in spreadsheet, I generally said 5%. And, as a human, we all know, we make mistakes. That's how we learn, right? So you want to keep on making mistakes, but we put in controls. And also in AI, we can build control loops in, so they actually do it. So I'm not saying that we will be replaced, but we're going to do much more fun work. And who doesn't want to do that? So I think that boils the discussion or bring it back to the next level. I totally believe in having good data, but it's, for me, AI is an enabler, like, tagging is as well. So let's change that enabler and let's see what the future can bring.
Thank you, and quite impressive avatar demo, I have to admit. So that's scary as well. But anyway, Thank you. So I have fun all day, as you can see here with the splendid panel. But Leo, you are also a heavy consumer of data and also of structured data. So what's your take on that? And are you having as much fun as Anders?
Yes, it's the future, right? So and of course, it's not just in the academic world, but also in the audit world. I mean, the challenges you put on auditors is exactly the same, right? So how do we use AI to actually do so? I was having a presentation on our new audit methodology earlier this week and saw that a lot of AI agents have already entered into the audit work. But then the question is, what do you do with the last 7 to 5%? And that's where the human interaction comes in. So it can make suggestions, but you can never 100% rely on it without testing. So yes, it will be less boring, but you will still need to do some legwork also in as an author. So in terms of academic, because there was the question around is structured data better than let's say non-structured data? Clearly, as I think Sebastian already mentioned, AI turns out to be better in structured data, and we also did some tests with PDFs. It is indeed a little bit more difficult for AI to find the right information and to explore it in a PDF, particularly very large PDFs compared to actually HTML. Just one challenge for academics. So typically academics rely on large structured data for a couple of reasons. One, it is easy. Second, it is replicable. Because if you do the research, you have to demonstrate that if the next researcher comes in does something similar, it gets to the same answers. So if you use AI to collect data and you ask it again, it comes up with different data. Maybe it's the same results, but it's a different underlying data. So that's the challenge that we're focused. But I'm pretty sure AI will actually, our students are far ahead of the teachers. Is my experience.
I have no doubt in that, not because of you, but because of how I see it in my team, that they are kind of natural users of that technology, while I kind of sit there like in front of my first laptop. But anyway, Jeremy, as a user consumer of information, what's your take on AI and structured data?
I just wanted to share a couple of points from actually a CRUF meeting we had last week and these were comments from a sell-side analyst about the consumption of financial information. And following on from Leo's points, the first point was the difficulty in checking models that are AI generated. And as Leo said, AI is probabilistic rather than deterministic. So you press the button to run the model again, and you get a different answer. This makes checking the model more difficult. On the positive side, there's a huge acceleration to build a sell-side model. So historically, a sell-side analyst would take 1 to 2 weeks to build a full financial model. And they're looking, at the moment, AI is compressing that to 1 to 2 days. And they've got an internal goal of getting that done within half a day. So it's an order of magnitude, 10 times quicker. So what does this mean? Well, either you get rid of 9 out of 10 analysts, or it can shift your capacity completely, going from model building to much higher value judgmental analysis, and or increasing stock coverage to smaller companies was another possibility. So I think all of this gets to the heart of connectivity. A disjointed narrative for either AI or humans means we can hallucinate, make false connections and faulty conclusions. So I think the more explicit the connections are, whether it's cross-referencing or reconciliations or digital tagging, the better.
Thank you, Jeremy. Nick, how's the standards at the House, the IFRS Foundation, tackling the opportunities and challenges that arise from AI? Also, that because you are one of the biggest producers of XBRL templates.
So we do, and I think there's been a lot of discussion about structured data. But key to using that data is actually having structured formats, and IFRS 18 takes us a long way forward in that respect. Without that format, I don't really know what to do with those different pieces of data, and we'll look at that again in the cash flow project. We continue to explore AI generally. We use it in our own work. We used it in the post-implementation review of IFRS 16, and again, I've had own personal experience. You need to be an expert to validate the answers you're getting back. It can be very dangerous in inexperienced hands as well. So I think I agree with you, Jeremy. It will be transformational in terms of releasing resource, but I think handle with care at the same time. I mean, we have a number of other initiatives underway to build connected information. We have new developments from our due process handbook, which has recently been updated to ensure when we each start a new project on our respective boards, the ISSB and the IASB, we look at what the other board is doing. And part of also that due process handbook update was to recognise the ability to have concurrent agenda consultations, which we've already intimated we'll do. Next time we go to market in 2027, we'll be asking our stakeholders what we should be looking at the same time, and that will help facilitate the provision of connected information. On a day-to-day basis, we continue to work together in topics such as the IASB's project on intangibles alongside the ISSB's project on human capital. So those things are all important, and we'll both have the opportunity to review, I guess, the first round of ISSB disclosures and how well they've been connected. And finally, there's an opportunity to attend a panel on connected information at the IFRS conference at the end of this month. I'm sure the space is still available.
Thank you, Nick. I think that brings us near to the close of this panel. Maybe to wrap it up in some takeaways, the good news is for the time being that no one wants to tear down the boundaries of the separate elements of the annual report. That's good because there's other challenges at the moment. We know there's a tension about what to expect from connectivity and also from any form of guidance or regulation around this. We also have heard today that artificial intelligence will be a big game changer, as evidenced by the example from Anne, which is, again, is very scary, impressive and scary at the same time. So I think two themes occur to me in terms of connectivity. It's not so much a set of rules, connectivity. It's a discipline and an integral part of corporate reporting. And the second one is you don't need to wait for a standard or some fully fledged set of guidance. You can start your journey now. Maybe we need more guidance going forward on that point, but I think it's very important that no one stops you from connecting today. I think that's important. That brings the meeting to a close for this panel. Thank you very much, Arden, Nick, Jeremy, Vanya, and Leo for your contributions, for you all being eagerly waiting probably for lunch. But thank you very much indeed.
So be back here, please, at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Orico Higgin, lead of the Climate Action and Sustainability Centre of Excellence at the National Standards Authority of Ireland, the NSAI. This was our own voluntary initiative. Key starting point is that it's our ambition to be a climate action and sustainability exemplar, internally in how we do our business and externally in how we support businesses and trade. We have a number of mandatory climate action and social equality requirements, with reporting mechanisms for those. We were interested in looking at a voluntary report that would gather all the broader pieces of information together in one place and stretch us to look at areas where we could do something different, better, or new. Also, although we were outside the scope of the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, even before the Omnibus Amendments, we wanted to do something on our scale that aligns with the CSRD's intentions. One single sustainability and ESG report offers us one place to present all that kind of information. It also offers us the potential to measure and identify where we're doing well and where we could see opportunities for improvement. We've been an early adopter of the VSCE. We started working on this when the BSME was still a draft, before the process to develop the standard itself was finished. So there were changes and adjustments along the way. On our journey, we've learned hand in hand with the development of the standard itself and in the digital reporting templates that were developed by EFRAG subsequently. One initial challenge you could face in the BSME is that of whether you report to the basic module or the comprehensive module. For us in NSAI, that was one of the easier challenges. As going back to our strategy, we want to be sustainability exemplar, and we're equivalent to a larger SME. We have over 200 employees, so we were always going to choose to report to the comprehensive module. Then the more detailed challenge became about deciding to what extent we would report within the comprehensive module. So that involved internal engagement and discussion. For a micro or small enterprise, the basic module may meet your needs. Good data collection is essential. Identify and gather electricity, fuel, waste, and recycling data, and water consumption data from your bills. High-level data on the gender balance within your workforce and health and safety data indicators are probably data you already report in some other form. Gather that too. Get a full calendar year's data together for the past year or the current year, whichever is the first one you can put together. In terms of where you would like to get to in the future, for smaller businesses, prepare at least a one-page sustainability or ESG action plan. At least develop a summary of where you're at now and set measurable goals and objectives for what you would like to achieve in future. We have seen coming in from larger businesses an increased frequency of requests to us for our sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions data. That's where the BSME standard can help, to show a single standardized way of reporting this data and to have it available and ready to go when your business customers request it.
Soy Carlos Arango, soy el director general de DIRSE, la Asociación Española de Directivos de Sostenibilidad. Primero, porque tenemos un compromiso con la transparencia. Segundo, por aspectos de mejora de la reputación y el posicionamiento público. También otro aspecto es el compromiso con los estándares europeos, con la regulación europea y poder tener datos comparables de cualquier empresa, de cualquier sector en todo el continente. Después, porque consideramos que es una herramienta que nos permite mejorar la gestión y las actividades de nuestra organización. Luego, además, creemos que nos ha permitido pasar de la teoría a la práctica. En multitud de ocasiones, en muchas mesas redondas y eventos habíamos hablado de lo positivo que es reportar y ahora lo hemos podido comprobar en primera persona y con nuestra experiencia. Y luego, siendo quienes somos, que somos la asociación que reúne a los profesionales del sector en España, nos permite poder acompañarles mejor, poder animarles a que ellos mismos lo hagan y que tengan nuestro ejemplo. No ha sido fácil, porque es enfrentarse a un folio en blanco. Y en cualquier actividad, eso la primera vez cuesta, pero merece la pena. Y también pues, requiere de recursos humanos y económicos. Pero desde luego es asumible y es algo que se puede realizar. Creo que es importante rodearse de gente y de profesionales que tengan experiencia previa en la realización de informes, aunque sea con otros indicadores y otros estándares. Y nos parece buena idea, y así lo hicimos nosotros, empezar con un análisis de doble materialidad, que nos va a dar la guía de cuáles son los temas que tenemos que reportar y los indicadores que tenemos que seguir. Que comiencen. Seguramente no alcancen la perfección desde la primera edición y desde su primera memoria o informe, pero merece la pena comenzar. Y luego con el paso de los años seguro que encuentran o encontramos maneras de seguir mejorando. Pero si nosotros, como empresa muy pequeña que somos, hemos podido, cualquier empresa de cualquier sector puede. Y merece la pena, porque como comentábamos antes, esto es una herramienta que permite mejorar, no solo reportar e informar, sino que permite mejorar nuestras actividades y nuestra gestión empresarial. Y como en cualquier otro aspecto de la sostenibilidad, no se trata de un añadido, sino se trata de la supervivencia de nuestro propio negocio. A pesar de ser empresas pequeñas o medianas, que nos puede parecer que esto no nos influye directamente, somos parte de la cadena de valor de grandes empresas y no nos podemos quedar fuera.
Mi chiamo Carmelo Sabino e rappresento la Lux Impianti, un'azienda con oltre 20 anni di esperienza nella fornitura dei sistemi elettrostrumentali complessi e soluzioni di automazione per i settori industriale ed energetico. Abbiamo recentemente pubblicato il nostro rapporto di sostenibilità 2025, tappa fondamentale per noi che riflette l'impegno verso un modello di business trasparente e responsabile. Il nostro incentivo a fare reportage era strategico e spontaneo. Lux Impianti è partner di leader globali nel settore energetico, tra i quali Eni, Snam e Total. Queste organizzazioni, insieme alle istituzioni finanziarie, utilizzano sempre più spesso piattaforme di valutazione ESG come EcoVadis ed OpenS, che valutano la resilienza della loro catena di fornitura. Sebbene soddisfare queste aspettative esterne fosse fondamentale, la decisione è stata presa anche attraverso una spinta interna spontanea a formalizzare la nostra identità come partner innovativi. Abbiamo quindi adottato lo standard WSME, lo standard europeo volontario di rendicontazione della sostenibilità, perché fornisce un quadro rigoroso e riconosciuto, progettato specificatamente per aiutare le PMI, come noi, a comunicare chiaramente i nostri valori agli stakeholder internazionali. Il percorso è iniziato con un'intensa analisi di materialità, durante la quale abbiamo coinvolto i nostri stakeholder e la direzione, per identificare i temi ambientali e sociali più rilevanti per le nostre operazioni. La sfida principale era la complessità della gestione dei dati. Coordinare di fatti le informazioni di 5 sedi operative e una catena di approvvigionamento che conta oltre 5.000 fornitori ha richiesto un alto livello di precisione. Raccogliere dati grezzi dai vari colleghi degli altri uffici e assicurarsi che rispettassero tutti quanti i protocolli internazionali di contabilità del carbono è stato un ostacolo davvero significativo ed importante. Tuttavia, utilizzando strumenti digitali integrati, siamo riusciti a snellire la raccolta dei dati e a calcolare metriche complesse. Questo ci ha permesso di portare a termine l'operazione in modo abbastanza agevole. Beh, il mio consiglio è quello di vedere la rendicontazione non come un peso o un'attività da fare, ma come uno strumento di miglioramento. Difatti questo processo ci ha permesso di evidenziare risultati significativi, come il raggiungimento del 100% di elettricità rinnovabile e di raddoppio delle ore di formazione a ben 50 per ogni dipendente. Vi incoraggio ad adottare questo sistema di report, cioè il WSME, perché vi permetterà di parlare effettivamente la stessa lingua delle grandi aziende e degli istituti finanziari. Costruisce fiducia, rafforza la posizione competitiva e dimostra che le piccole e medie imprese possono essere autentici leader nel cambiamento e nella transizione verso un'economia sostenibile.
Moi! Mä olen Karri Harju ja olen markkinointi- ja viestintäpäällikkö ohjelmistotalo Moneri. Me ollaan kestävään ohjelmistokehitykseen erikoistunut firma Tampereelta ja toimitaan aika vahvasti reguloiduilla aloilla. Niihin lukeutuu muun muassa ilmailu, teollisuus, puolustusteollisuus sekä terveydenhuolto. Meidän asiakkaat on usein isoja toimijoita ja vaikka raportointia ei aina suoraan pyydetä, niin me ymmärretään meidän oma rooli osana heidän toimitusketjujaan. Sen takia halutaan olla tässä asiassa hyvin valmistautuneita ja rakentaa raportointia valmiiksi jo nyt tulevaisuutta silmällä pitäen. Meillä oli siinä mielessä hyvä lähtötilanne, että ollaan oltu mukana Keskuskauppakamarin ilmastoyhteisössä. Esimerkiksi hiilijalanjälkeen liittyvää mittarointia oli jo tehty valmiiksi sen puitteissa. Lisäksi meillä on työyhteisön kehittämissuunnitelma ja eettiset toimintaperiaatteet, joista me saatiin yllättävän paljon valmista sisältöä suoraan raporttiin liitettäväksi. Ehkä meille kuitenkin suurin yllätys oli se, miten suoraviivainen raportin tekeminen oli. Se ei ollutkaan niin raskas prosessi kuin monesti etukäteen tällaisista ajattelisi. Meille merkittävä oppi oli se, että kannattaa vain lähteä liikkeelle. Varsinkin tällaisella asiantuntija- ja konsulttiyritykselle tämä on lopulta aika luonteva ja hallittavissa oleva kokonaisuus. Kannattaa lähteä liikkeelle ennemmin kuin myöhemmin ja mielellään yhdistää tämä muihin jo käynnissä oleviin tekemisiin, esimerkiksi hiilijalanjäljen laskentaan tai työyhteisön kehittämiseen. VSM-standardissa on 2 tasoa, Basic Module ja Comprehensive Module. Meillä kävi niin, että kun alettiin työstämään Basic Moduleja ja saatiin se täytettyä, niin huomattiinkin, että meillä on myöskin kerätty aineistoa, jotka täyttävät sen Comprehensive Modulen osuuden. Tämän myötä prosessi meni tosi sutjakkaasti. Ja tietysti isoin hyöty on se, että tämä antaa selkeän rungon sille keskustelulle talon sisäisesti ja talon ulkopuolelle. Se oma tekeminen saa oikeanlaisen sanotuksen ja voi asiakkaalle sekä niin kuin muulle toimitusketjulle käydä niin kuin luontevaa vuoropuhelua siitä, että minkälaisia vastuullisia valintoja teillä tehdään ja miten vastuullisuutta seurataan. Se luo yhteisen kielen siihen vastuullisuuden ympärille ja antaa oikeasti konkretiaa ja valmistaa tulevaisuuteen.
Hei, jeg heter Anders Gammelsrud. Jeg jobber som bærekraftsrådgiver i Amesto Account House. Amesto-konsernet styrer etter trippel bunnlinje, og ledelsen ønsket å være i forkant av kommende rapporteringskrav. Derfor valgte vi å starte med en pragmatisk rapportering etter VSM-standarden. I første omgang var ikke formålet ekstern rapportering, men å bruke denne prosessen til å forstå omfanget av kravene og jobbe mer strukturert med vår egen bærekraftsdata. VSM var et bra startpunkt for å komme raskt i gang, og det har gitt oss et fint rammeverk så vi kan bruke til å sammenligne oss selv over tid. Og i etterkant gir oss en enkel og ryddig måte å kommunisere bærekraftsarbeidet til konsernet til interessenter. Avdelingen som jeg jobber i har god kunnskap om klimaregnskap og om bærekraftsrapportering. Det var derfor naturlig at vi gjorde rapporteringen på vegne av konsernet. Vi har en egenutviklet løsning for klimaregnskap og startet med datapunkter knyttet til utslipp i scope 1, 2 og 3. For de andre områdene jobbet vi sammen med HR, økonomi og blant annet innkjøp. Det var helt avgjørende for å komme i mål. Det var utfordrende å få tak i riktig data på tvers av avdelinger og selskap og land, noe som tok lengre tid enn først trodde, og i noen tilfeller måtte vi bruke estimater. Virksomhetene i konsernet vårt de er i forskjellige bransjer, fra rådgivning og bemanning til eiendom. Ulike bransjer har ulikt fokus på bærekraft, og det å samle denne dataen til en felles rapport som skulle være relevant for alle, og etterleve standarden, det var også noe som var utfordrende. Som et resultat har vi fått på plass bedre datastruktur på tvers av selskapene, og vi kommer til å jobbe mer strategisk med innhentingen til neste rapportering. Vårt viktigste råd er, kom i gang og ikke vent på perfekt data. Bruk VSM som et styringsverktøy, ikke bare som rapporteringskrav. Ellers er det viktig å involvere relevante avdelinger eller kollegaer, få oversikt over andre rapporteringer som dere gjør i dag, gi prosessen nok tid, spesielt ved førstegangsrapportering, og strukturer arbeidet rundt andre rapporteringsfrister i selskapet. Vær ærlig på hva dere faktisk kan måle, og hva dere ikke har kontroll på enda. Og sett i gang tiltak for å bli bedre til neste gang. Vi vil absolutt anbefale VSM-rapportering til andre virksomheter, Selv om det en forenklet bærekraftstandard, så gir rapporteringen god innsikt i selskapets bærekraftsarbeid, og det legger utgangspunktet for troverdig kommunikasjon. Som en bonus vil det også være lettere å sammenligne ulike selskaper og ulike selskapers bærekraftsarbeid hvis enda flere bruker rapporteringsstandard.
Hello, I am Deborah Fisher. I'm a sustainability auditor and consultant, and I represent here EFA, the European Federation of Accountants and Auditors for SMEs. I will take the example of an SME active in business process outsourcing that we supported in preparing its first VSME report. So why a VSME sustainability report? The company has decided a few years ago to structure its sustainability actions in line with several SDGs and started to report on those SDGs. For 2024, they considered a competitive advantage to go further and report based on both SDGs and VSME to ensure that stakeholders could find more structured and detailed sustainability information in their reports. We supported the SME with the collection of data, and we also reviewed the VSME report using both the basic and the comprehensive modules. We started collecting the information in an Excel spreadsheet and then proceeded to write the full report with them. And they also had an external support for the carbon footprint calculation, especially since they wanted to have the full 3 scopes of the carbon footprint. The carbon footprint definitely seemed to be the most challenging disclosure within the environmental topics. The feeling of their team was that preparing a VSME report was not as complicated and as demanding as they imagined, because more data were already available than they thought, and it was more a question of centralizing most of the existing information. The report was also published on the company's website, and it was promoted on social media, which is an efficient way to share actions and the evolution of the sustainability strategy in a centralized document that can be used for the internal and the external stakeholders as well. The experience shows that preparing a VSME report offers a good way first to reflect on sustainability topics that are relevant for the company and to orientate the actions towards those specific topics. Secondly, it's a way to structure and centralize the information in a report that can easily be shared with all the interested stakeholders. And it's also a way to involve the internal and the external stakeholders in the process. With the existence of the 2 modules of the VSME standard, it allows for easy progression, so it's not compulsory to do, as the example that I've just shared, to do the first year the 2 modules, but it's possible to do 1 year the basic module and then grow towards the comprehensive module as the company gains experience. So it means that the burden is not that high when you can progress year after year to add more relevant information in your report and do not have to do everything in first instance. And the conclusion is that if you do progressive steps, you don't need to do a lot. You need to do step-by-step reporting, and that will involve the stakeholders into taking more actions that, again, you will feel interested in reporting upon. And so this is a global positive circle.
Macro Design Studio fornisce servizi di consulenza in materia di edilizia sostenibile e decarbonizzazione per accompagnare le organizzazioni attraverso strategie mirate all'applicazione dei criteri ESG e certificare edifici con i più conosciuti rating system internazionali. Sostanzialmente aiutiamo i nostri clienti a misurare e migliorare la loro sostenibilità. Per noi, come piccola impresa, era naturale chiederci: e noi come possiamo rendicontare in modo trasparente il nostro impegno? Quando abbiamo identificato il modello VSME di EFRAG, abbiamo visto un'opportunità concreta, uno strumento gratuito pensato per le piccole e medie imprese europee, con cui testare attraverso un reporting semplice e allo stesso tempo solido la nostra azienda. È un modo per comprendere i punti di forza e le criticità e dare forma concreta al nostro percorso di sostenibilità aziendale, ovvero al nostro bilancio di sostenibilità. Il percorso è stato relativamente semplice. Alcuni indicatori li avevamo, altri li abbiamo calcolati, mentre per altri ancora abbiamo coinvolto i nostri consulenti, in particolare quelli della gestione amministrativa, il commercialista e del personale. La sfida principale è stata conoscere nel dettaglio il file Excel e i supporti a disposizione e comprenderne appieno le loro potenzialità. Abbiamo apprezzato l'intuitività dello strumento, la possibilità di utilizzarlo nelle diverse lingue dell'Unione Europea e che dal file Excel si possa poi generare un report vero e proprio. Per una realtà come la nostra, che non ha un processo produttivo industriale, la parte più impegnativa resta la descrizione delle pratiche aziendali, delle politiche. Nel complesso il processo si è rivelato molto accessibile. Prima di tutto direi che il report VSME è un'ottima palestra. Non è un obbligo normativo, ma un esercizio utile per conoscere meglio la propria realtà aziendale e migliorarla. È gratuito, aggiornato regolarmente da EFRAG, con una struttura chiara e semplice. Lo consiglierei davvero a tutte le piccole e medie imprese come punto di partenza. Serve a capire dove si è e quali passi si possono fare per crescere. Si può iniziare anche in autonomia, compilando il file semplicemente con i dati a disposizione in azienda e solo in un secondo momento eventualmente farsi affiancare da un consulente per sviluppare una vera roadmap di crescita e dare vita al proprio bilancio di sostenibilità. È uno strumento immediato, alla portata di tutti, che aiuta a rendere la sostenibilità parte integrante della gestione aziendale e un punto di partenza per la crescita delle PMI europee.
Mi chiamo Alice Scuri e sono specialista di sistemi di gestione e di sostenibilità di Sangal SPA. Allora, la decisione di avviare la rendicontazione di sostenibilità per noi nasce principalmente da una scelta strategica interna. L'azienda ha deciso di intraprendere questo percorso già 3 anni fa, adottando lo standard GRI e sta attualmente lavorando all'integrazione del rendiconto 2025 con lo standard USME. Questa evoluzione riflette una visione di impresa orientata alla creazione di valore nel lungo periodo, che integra aspetti economici, ambientali e sociali nei processi decisionali. La rendicontazione rappresenta per noi non solo uno strumento di trasparenza verso i nostri stakeholder, ma anche un elemento di gestione che consente di monitorare le performance, rafforzare i processi interni e supportare un miglioramento continuo. L'adozione del VSME si inserisce quindi in un percorso già strutturato con l'obiettivo di allinearsi progressivamente ai framework europei e alle crescenti aspettative del mercato. Allora, il percorso di integrazione con lo standard VSME è attualmente in corso e si è sviluppato in modo progressivo a partire da una gap analysis tra gli standard GRI già adottati e i requisiti VSME. Non abbiamo riscontrato particolari criticità. L'utilizzo della guidance messa a disposizione da EFRAG ha rappresentato un supporto concreto nell'interpretazione dei requisiti e nell'individuazione dei KPI da integrare Il lavoro ha comunque richiesto un rafforzamento dei processi interni di raccolta dati e un maggiore coinvolgimento dei diversi data owner aziendali, contribuendo a migliorare la qualità e anche la coerenza delle informazioni ESG. Si è trattato quindi di un percorso lineare sotto il profilo tecnico, ma anche utile per consolidare ulteriormente l'organizzazione interna. Allora, il consiglio che daremmo alle altre PMI è di iniziare, anche senza avere sin da subito un sistema perfettamente strutturato. Il VSME è uno strumento particolarmente adatto alle PMI perché è proporzionato alla loro dimensione e capace di supportare un percorso graduale e concreto. Non si tratta solo di rendicontazione, ma di un processo che consente di rafforzare la consapevolezza interna, migliorare i processi e strutturare in modo più efficace la raccolta dei dati. Inoltre permette di rispondere in modo più semplice, più adeguato alle richieste di stakeholder come banche, clienti, partner e filiera che sono sempre più attenti alle tematiche ESG. Per questo incoraggeremo le PMI a intraprendere questo percorso che è un investimento che contribuisce a rafforzare la competitività e la credibilità nel medio-lungo periodo.
Buonasera a tutti, sono Michaela Sebastiani e mi occupo di controllo di gestione strategico e sostenibilità in Transadriatico, un'azienda che opera nel settore della logistica e dei carburanti in ADR. La nostra è stata una scelta, la spinta è arrivata sia dalle committenti che ci chiedevano dati concreti ESG, ma anche dalla consapevolezza di appartenere ad un settore con un alto impatto climatico e anche un notevole impatto sulle persone. Il report di sostenibilità oggi, secondo noi, è uno strumento efficace per dialogare con banche e stakeholder e inoltre ci ha dato l'opportunità di distinguerci in un ambiente altamente competitivo. È stato un percorso impegnativo, sicuramente ci hanno aiutato organizzazioni come l'Open-S e l'Global Compact. Ad esempio una sfida è stata quella di raccogliere e riorganizzare i dati perché avevamo molte informazioni ma provenivano da funzioni diverse, oppure capire che livello di profondità dovevamo avere nella rendicontazione. Qui il VSME rispetto a un approccio CSRD ci ha aiutato a capire cosa è davvero rilevante per un'azienda come la nostra. Il consiglio che posso dare è quello di non aspettare l'obbligatorietà e di iniziare subito anche con pochi dati, coinvolgendo le persone e quindi utilizzare il VSME non come un adempimento, ma come uno strumento di gestione. Perché farlo? Beh, perché oggi una PMI non può fare a meno della sostenibilità. Sostenibilità significa accesso al credito, nuovi contratti, attrattività e resilienza.
Hei, olen Silja Hyvönen, Westveldingin markkinointipäällikkö. Me Westveldingillä halusimme, että voimme tuoda oman toiminnan vastuullisuutta läpinäkyvästi esille. Vuonna 2024 teimme päätöksen aloittaa raportoinnin ja tällöin kartoitimme ensin eri standardeja ja raportointikenttää. Ja tässä vaiheessa teimme vielä vapaamuotoista vastuullisuusraportointia. Me toimimme teollisuuden arvoketjussa, jossa asiakkaat ja muut sidosryhmät ovat entistä kiinnostuneempia vastuullisuuteen liittyvästä datasta. Me halusimme pystyä vastaamaan näihin kysymyksiin ihan faktoihin perustuen ja yhdenmukaisella tavalla. Ja tähän VSM-standardi tarjosi meille täydellisen mahdollisuuden. Eli raportointi Westveldingille oli ihan tietoinen päätös kehittää toiminnan läpinäkyvyyttä ja luoda pohjaa myös tuleville vaatimuksille. Vuonna 2025 siirrymme VSM-standardin perusmoduulin mukaiseen raportointiin. Me aloitimme siitä, että kokosimme yhteen olemassa olevan tiedon, kuten energiankulutus, jätteet, henkilöstödata ja taloudelliset tunnusluvut. Osa tiedoista oli jo olemassa eri järjestelmissä, mutta ei raportointimuodossa. Suurimmat haasteet liittyvät datan keruuseen ja tulkintaan. Piti oikeasti ymmärtää, mitä VSM-standardi edellyttää ja miten luvut esitetään oikein. Toinen haaste oli se, että raportointi vaatii sisäistä panostusta ja aikaa. Kyse ei ole kertaluontoisesta projektista, vaan jatkuvasta prosessista ja kehityksestä. Mutta samalla me opimme tosi paljon omasta toiminnastamme, esimerkiksi missä data on helposti saatavilla ja missä ei, mitä meidän kannattaa jatkossa mitata systemaattisemmin ja mitä kehittää omassa toiminnassa. Ensimmäinen neuvo muille pk-yrityksille on, että aloittakaa datan keruu ja raportointi ja pitäkää kokonaisuus yksinkertaisena. VSM-standardi on rakennettu juuri pk-yrityksiä varten ja esimerkiksi perusmoduuli on täysin toteutettavissa ilman raskaita järjestelmiä. Toinen tärkeä asia on nähdä raportointi työkaluna, ei pelkkänä raporttina. Se lisää toiminnan läpinäkyvyyttä, auttaa vastaamaan asiakkaiden ja muiden sidosryhmien vaatimuksiin ja se tuo selkeyttä siihen, että missä yritys oikeasti on vastuullisuuden näkökulmasta. Mä kannustan kaikkia muita pk-yrityksiä myös VSM-raportointiin, koska se luo uskottavan pohjan vastuullisuusviestinnälle.
Oracle Higgin leaded the Climate Action and Sustainability Centre of Excellence at the National Standards Authority of Ireland, the NSAI. This was our own voluntary initiative. Key starting point is that it's our ambition to be a climate action and sustainability exemplar, internally in how we do our business and externally in how we support businesses and trade. We have a number of mandatory climate action and social equality requirements, with reporting mechanisms for those. We were interested in looking at a voluntary report that would gather all the broader pieces of information together in one place and stretch us to look at areas where we could do something different, better, or new. Also, although we were outside the scope of the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, even before the Omnibus Amendments, we wanted to do something on our scale that aligns with the CSRD's intentions. One single sustainability and ESG report offers us one place to present all that kind of information. It also offers us the potential to measure and identify where we're doing well and where we could see opportunities for improvement. We've been an early adopter of the VSME. We started working on this when the VSME was still a draft, before the process to develop the standard itself was finished. So there were changes and adjustments along the way. On our journey, we've learned hand in hand with the development of the standard itself, and in the digital reporting templates that were developed by EFRAG subsequently. One initial challenge you could face in the VSME is that of whether you report to the basic module or the comprehensive module. For us in NSAI, that was one of the easier challenges. As going back to our strategy, we want to be sustainability exemplar, and we're equivalent to a larger SME. We have over 200 employees, so we were always going to choose to report to the comprehensive module. Then the more detailed challenge became about deciding to what extent we would report within the comprehensive module. So that involved internal engagement and discussion. For a micro or small enterprise, the basic module may meet your needs. Good data collection is essential. Identify and gather electricity, fuel, waste, and recycling data, and water consumption data from your bills. High-level data on the gender balance within your workforce and health and safety data indicators are probably data you already report in some other form. Gather that too. Get a full calendar year's data together for the past year or the current year, whichever is the first one you can put together. In terms of where you would like to get to in the future, for smaller businesses, prepare at least a one-page sustainability or ESG action plan. At least develop a summary of where you're at now and set measurable goals and objectives for what you would like to achieve in future. We have seen coming in from larger businesses an increased frequency of requests to us for our sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions data. That's where the VSME standard can help, to show a single standardized way of reporting this data and to have it available and ready to go when your business customers request it.
Soy Carlos Arango, soy el director general de DIRSE, la Asociación Española de Directivos de Sostenibilidad. Primero, porque tenemos un compromiso con la transparencia. Segundo, por aspectos de mejora de la reputación y el posicionamiento público. También otro aspecto es el compromiso con los estándares europeos, con la regulación europea y poder tener datos comparables de cualquier empresa, de cualquier sector en todo el continente. Después, porque consideramos que es una herramienta que nos permite mejorar la gestión y las actividades de nuestra organización. Luego, además, creemos que nos ha permitido pasar de la teoría a la práctica. En multitud de ocasiones, en muchas mesas redondas y eventos habíamos hablado de lo positivo que es reportar y ahora lo hemos podido comprobar en primera persona y con nuestra experiencia. Y luego, siendo quienes somos, que somos la asociación que reúne a los profesionales del sector en España, nos permite poder acompañarles mejor, poder animarles a que ellos mismos lo hagan y que tengan nuestro ejemplo. No ha sido fácil, porque es enfrentarse a un folio en blanco. Y en cualquier actividad, eso la primera vez cuesta, pero merece la pena. Y también pues, requiere de recursos humanos y económicos. Pero desde luego es asumible y es algo que se puede realizar. Creo que es importante rodearse de gente y de profesionales que tengan experiencia previa en la realización de informes, aunque sea con otros indicadores y otros estándares. Y nos parece buena idea, y así lo hicimos nosotros, empezar con un análisis de doble materialidad, que nos va a dar la guía de cuáles son los temas que tenemos que reportar y los indicadores que tenemos que seguir. Los que comiencen. Seguramente no alcancen la perfección desde la primera edición y desde su primera memoria o informe, pero merece la pena comenzar. Y luego con el paso de los años seguro que encuentran o encontramos maneras de seguir mejorando. Pero si nosotros, como empresa muy pequeña que somos, hemos podido, cualquier empresa de cualquier sector puede. Y merece la pena, porque como comentábamos antes, esto es una herramienta que permite mejorar. No solo reportar e informar, sino que permite mejorar nuestras actividades y nuestra gestión empresarial. Y como en cualquier otro aspecto de la sostenibilidad, no se trata de un añadido, sino que se trata de la supervivencia de nuestro propio negocio. A pesar de ser empresas pequeñas o medianas, que nos puede parecer que esto no nos influye directamente, somos parte de la cadena de valor de grandes empresas y no nos podemos quedar fuera.
Mi chiamo Carmelo Sabino e rappresento la Lux Impianti, un'azienda con oltre 20 anni di esperienza nella fornitura dei sistemi elettrostrumentali complessi e soluzioni di automazione per i settori industriale ed energetico. Abbiamo recentemente pubblicato il nostro rapporto di sostenibilità 2025, tappa fondamentale per noi che riflette l'impegno verso un modello di business trasparente e responsabile. Il nostro incentivo a fare reportage era strategico e spontaneo. Lux Impianti è partner di leader globali nel settore energetico, fra i quali Eni, Snam, Total. Queste organizzazioni, insieme alle istituzioni finanziarie, utilizzano sempre più spesso piattaforme di valutazione ESG come EcoVadis ed OpenS, che valutano la resilienza della loro catena di fornitura. Sebbene soddisfare queste aspettative esterne fosse fondamentale, la decisione è stata presa anche attraverso una spinta interna spontanea a formalizzare la nostra identità come partner innovativi. Abbiamo quindi adottato lo standard WSME, lo standard europeo volontario di rendicontazione della sostenibilità, perché fornisce un quadro rigoroso e riconosciuto, progettato specificatamente per aiutare le PMI, come noi, a comunicare chiaramente i nostri valori agli stakeholder internazionali. Il percorso è iniziato con un'intensa analisi di materialità, durante la quale abbiamo coinvolto i nostri stakeholder e la direzione, per identificare i temi ambientali e sociali più rilevanti per le nostre operazioni. La sfida principale era la complessità della gestione dei dati. Coordinare di fatti le informazioni di 5 sedi operative e una catena di approvvigionamento che conta oltre 5.000 fornitori ha richiesto un alto livello di precisione. Raccogliere dati grezzi dai vari colleghi degli altri uffici e assicurarsi che rispettassero tutti quanti il protocollo internazionale di contabilità del carbono è stato un ostacolo davvero significativo ed importante. Tuttavia, utilizzando strumenti digitali integrati, siamo riusciti a snellire la raccolta dei dati e a calcolare metriche complesse. Questo ci ha permesso di portare a termine l'operazione in modo abbastanza agile. Beh, il mio consiglio è quello di vedere la rendicontazione non come un peso o un'attività da fare, ma come uno strumento di miglioramento. Difatti questo processo ci ha permesso di evidenziare risultati significativi, come il raggiungimento del 100% di elettricità rinnovabile e di raddoppio delle ore di formazione a ben 50 per ogni dipendente. Vi incoraggio ad adottare questo sistema di report, cioè il WSME, perché vi permetterà di parlare effettivamente la stessa lingua delle grandi aziende e degli istituti finanziari. Costruisce fiducia, rafforza la posizione competitiva e dimostra che le piccole e medie imprese possono essere autentici leader nel cambiamento e nella transizione verso un'economia sostenibile.
Moi! Mä olen Karri Harju ja olen markkinointi- ja viestintäpäällikkö ohjelmistotalo Moderni. Me ollaan kestävään ohjelmistokehitykseen erikoistunut firma Tampereelta ja toimitaan aika vahvasti reguloiduilla aloilla. Niihin lukeutuu muun muassa ilmailu, teollisuus, puolustusteollisuus sekä terveydenhuolto. Meidän asiakkaat on usein isoja toimijoita ja vaikka raportointia ei aina suoraan pyydetä, niin me ymmärretään meidän oma rooli osana heidän toimitusketjujaan. Sen takia halutaan olla tässä asiassa hyvin valmistautuneita ja rakentaa raportointia valmiiksi jo nyt tulevaisuutta silmällä pitäen. Meillä oli siinä mielessä hyvä lähtötilanne, että ollaan oltu mukana Keskuskauppakamarin ilmastoyhteisössä. Esimerkiksi hiilijalanjälkeen liittyvää mittarointia oli jo tehty valmiiksi sen puitteissa. Lisäksi meillä on työyhteisön kehittämissuunnitelma ja eettiset toimintaperiaatteet, joista me saatiin yllättävän paljon valmista sisältöä suoraan raporttiin liitettäväksi. Ehkä meille kuitenkin suurin yllätys oli se, miten suoraviivainen raportin tekeminen oli. Se ei ollutkaan niin raskas prosessi kuin monesti etukäteen tällaisista ajattelisi. Meille merkittävä oppi oli se, että kannattaa vain lähteä liikkeelle. Varsinkin tällaiselle asiantuntija- ja konsulttiyritykselle tämä on lopulta aika luonteva ja hallittavissa oleva kokonaisuus. Kannattaa lähteä liikkeelle ennemmin kuin myöhemmin ja mielellään yhdistää tämä muihin jo käynnissä oleviin tekemisiin, esimerkiksi hiilijalanjäljen laskentaan tai työyhteisön kehittämiseen. VSME-standardissa on 2 tasoa, Basic Module ja Comprehensive Module. Meillä kävi niin, että kun alettiin työstämään Basic Moduleja ja saatiin se täytettyä, niin huomattiinkin, että meillä on myöskin kerätty aineistoa, jotka täyttävät sen Comprehensive Modulen osuuden. Tämän myötä prosessi meni tosi sutjakkaasti. Ja tietysti isoin hyöty on se, että tämä antaa selkeän rungon sille keskustelulle talon sisäisesti ja talon ulkopuolelle. Se oma tekeminen saa oikeanlaisen sanotuksen ja voi asiakkaalle sekä niin kuin muulle toimitusketjulle käydä niin kuin luontevaa vuoropuhelua siitä, että minkälaisia vastuullisia valintoja teillä tehdään ja miten vastuullisuutta seurataan. Se luo yhteisen kielen sen vastuullisuuden ympärille ja antaa oikeasti konkretiaa ja valmistaa tulevaisuuteen.
Hei, jeg heter Anders Gammelsrud. Jeg jobber som bærekraftsrådgiver i Amesto Account House. Amesto-konsernet styrer etter trippel bunnlinje, og ledelsen ønsket å være i forkant av kommende rapporteringskrav. Derfor valgte vi å starte med en pragmatisk rapportering etter VSME-standarden. I første omgang var ikke formålet ekstern rapportering, men å bruke denne prosessen til å forstå omfanget av kravene og jobbe mer strukturert med vår egen bærekraftsdata. VSME var et bra startpunkt for å komme raskt i gang, og det har gitt oss et fint rammeverk som vi kan bruke til å sammenligne oss selv over tid. Og i etterkant gir det også en enkel og ryddig måte å kommunisere bærekraftsarbeidet til konsernet til interessenter. Avdelingen som jeg jobber i
Oracle Higgin leaded the Climate Action and Sustainability Centre of Excellence at the National Standards Authority of Ireland, the NSAI. This was our own voluntary initiative. Key starting point is that it's our ambition to be a climate action and sustainability exemplar, internally in how we do our business and externally in how we support businesses and trade. We have a number of mandatory climate action and social equality requirements, with reporting mechanisms for those. We were interested in looking at a voluntary report that would gather all the broader pieces of information together in one place, and stretch us to look at areas where we could do something different, better, or new. Also, although we were outside the scope of the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the CSRD, even before the Omnibus amendments, we wanted to do something on our scale that aligns with the CSRD's intentions. One single sustainability and ESG report offers us one place to present all that kind of information. It also offers us the potential to measure and identify where we're doing well and where we could see opportunities for improvement. We've been an early adopter of the VSME. We started working on this when the VSME was still a draft, before the process to develop the standard itself was finished. So there were changes and adjustments along the way. On our journey, we've learned hand in hand with the development of the standard itself, and in the digital reporting templates that were developed by EFRAG subsequently. One initial challenge you could face in the VSME is that of whether you report to the basic module or the comprehensive module. For us in NSAI, that was one of the easier challenges. As going back to our strategy, we want to be sustainability exemplar, and we're equivalent to a larger SME. We have over 200 employees, so we were always going to choose to report to the comprehensive module. Then the more detailed challenge became about deciding to what extent we would report within the comprehensive module. So that involved internal engagement and discussion. For a micro or small enterprise, the basic module may meet your needs. Good data collection is essential. Identify and gather electricity, fuel, waste, and recycling data, and water consumption data from your bills. High-level data on the gender balance within your workforce and health and safety data indicators are probably data you already report in some other form. Gather that too. Get a full calendar year's data together for the past year or the current year, whichever is the first one you can put together. In terms of where you would like to get to in the future, for smaller businesses, prepare at least a one-page sustainability or ESG action plan. At least develop a summary of where you're at now and set measurable goals and objectives for what you would like to achieve in future. We have seen coming in from larger businesses an increased frequency of requests to us for our sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions data. That's where the VSME standard can help, to show a single standardized way of reporting this data and to have it available and ready to go when your business customers request it.
Soy Carlos Arango, soy el director general de DIRSE, la Asociación Española de Directivos de Sostenibilidad. Primero, porque tenemos un compromiso con la transparencia. Segundo, por aspectos de mejora de la reputación y posicionamiento público. También otro aspecto es el compromiso con los estándares europeos, con la regulación europea y poder tener datos comparables de cualquier empresa, de cualquier sector en todo el continente. Después, porque consideramos que es una herramienta que nos permite mejorar la gestión y las actividades de nuestra organización. Luego, además, creemos que nos ha permitido pasar de la teoría a la práctica. En multitud de ocasiones, en muchas mesas redondas y eventos habíamos hablado de lo positivo que es reportar y ahora lo hemos podido comprobar en primera persona y con nuestra experiencia. Y luego, siendo quienes somos, que somos la asociación que reúne a los profesionales del sector en España, nos permite poder acompañarles mejor, poder animarles a que ellos mismos lo hagan y que tengan nuestro ejemplo. No ha sido fácil, porque es enfrentarse a un folio en blanco y en cualquier actividad eso la primera vez cuesta, pero merece la pena. Y también pues, requiere de recursos humanos y económicos, pero desde luego es asumible y es algo que se puede realizar. Creo que es importante rodearse de gente y de profesionales que tengan experiencia previa en la realización de informes, aunque sea con otros indicadores y otros estándares. Y nos parece buena idea, y así lo hicimos nosotros, empezar con un análisis de doble materialidad, que nos va a dar la guía de cuáles son los temas que tenemos que reportar y los indicadores que tenemos que seguir. Que comiencen. Seguramente no alcancen la perfección desde la primera edición y desde su primera memoria o informe, pero merece la pena comenzar. Y luego con el paso de los años seguro que encuentran o encontramos maneras de seguir mejorando. Pero si nosotros, como empresa muy pequeña que somos, hemos podido, cualquier empresa de cualquier sector puede. Y merece la pena, porque como comentábamos antes, esto es una herramienta que permite mejorar, no solo reportar e informar, sino que permite mejorar nuestras actividades y nuestra gestión empresarial. Y como en cualquier otro aspecto de la sostenibilidad, no se trata de un añadido, sino se trata de la supervivencia de nuestro propio negocio. A pesar de ser empresas pequeñas o medianas, que nos puede parecer que esto no nos influye directamente, somos parte de la cadena de valor de grandes empresas y no nos podemos quedar fuera.
Mi chiamo Carmelo Sabino e rappresento la Lux Impianti, un'azienda con oltre 20 anni di esperienza nella fornitura dei sistemi elettrostrumentali complessi e soluzioni di automazione per i settori industriale ed energetico. Abbiamo recentemente pubblicato il nostro rapporto di sostenibilità 2025, tappa fondamentale per noi che riflette l'impegno verso un modello di business trasparente e responsabile. Il nostro incentivo a fare reportage era strategico e spontaneo. Lux Impianti è partner di leader globali nel settore energetico, fra i quali Eni, Snam, Total. Queste organizzazioni, insieme alle istituzioni finanziarie, utilizzano sempre più spesso piattaforme di valutazione ESG come EcoVadis ed OpenS, che valutano la resilienza della loro catena di fornitura. Sebbene soddisfare queste aspettative esterne fosse fondamentale, la decisione è stata presa anche attraverso una spinta interna spontanea a formalizzare la nostra identità come partner innovativi. Abbiamo quindi adottato lo standard WSME, lo standard europeo volontario di rendicontazione della sostenibilità, perché fornisce un quadro rigoroso e riconosciuto, progettato specificatamente per aiutare le PMI come noi a comunicare chiaramente i nostri valori agli stakeholder internazionali. Il percorso è iniziato con un'intensa analisi di materialità, durante la quale abbiamo coinvolto i nostri stakeholder e la direzione, per identificare i temi ambientali e sociali più rilevanti per le nostre operazioni. La sfida principale era la complessità della gestione dei dati. Coordinare di fatti le informazioni di 5 serie operative e una catena di approvvigionamento che conta oltre 5.000 fornitori ha richiesto un alto livello di precisione. Raccogliere dati grezzi dai vari colleghi degli altri uffici e assicurarsi che rispettassero tutti quanti i protocolli internazionali di contabilità del carbonio è stato un ostacolo davvero significativo ed importante. Tuttavia, utilizzando strumenti digitali integrati, siamo riusciti a snellire la raccolta dei dati e a calcolare metriche complesse. Questo ci ha permesso di portare a termine l'operazione in modo abbastanza agile. Beh, il mio consiglio è quello di vedere la rendicontazione non come un peso o un'attività da fare, ma come uno strumento di miglioramento. Difatti questo processo ci ha permesso di evidenziare risultati significativi, come il raggiungimento del 100% di elettricità rinnovabile e il raddoppio delle ore di formazione a ben 50 per ogni dipendente. Vi incoraggio ad adottare questo sistema di report, cioè il WSME, perché vi permetterà di parlare effettivamente la stessa lingua delle grandi aziende e degli istituti finanziari. Costruisce fiducia, rafforza la posizione competitiva e dimostra che le piccole e medie imprese possono essere autentici leader nel cambiamento e nella transizione verso un'economia sostenibile.
Moi! Mä olen Karri Harju ja olen markkinointi- ja viestintäpäällikkö ohjelmistotalo Monarilla. Me ollaan kestävään ohjelmistokehitykseen erikoistunut firma Tampereelta ja toimitaan aika vahvasti reguloiduilla aloilla. Niihin lukeutuu muun muassa ilmailu, teollisuus, puolustusteollisuus sekä terveydenhuolto. Meidän asiakkaat on usein isoja toimijoita ja vaikka raportointia ei aina suoraan pyydetä, niin me ymmärretään meidän oma rooli osana heidän toimitusketjujaan. Sen takia halutaan olla tässä asiassa hyvin valmistautuneita ja rakentaa raportointia valmiiksi jo nyt tulevaisuutta silmällä pitäen. Meillä oli siinä mielessä hyvä lähtötilanne, että ollaan oltu mukana Keskuskauppakamarin ilmastoyhteisössä. Esimerkiksi hiilijalanjälkeen liittyvää mittarointia oli jo tehty valmiiksi sen puitteissa. Lisäksi meillä on työyhteisön kehittämissuunnitelma ja eettiset toimintaperiaatteet, joista me saatiin yllättävän paljon valmista sisältöä suoraan raporttiin liitettäväksi. Ehkä meille kuitenkin suurin yllätys oli se, miten suoraviivainen raportin tekeminen oli. Se ei ollutkaan niin raskas prosessi kuin monesti etukäteen tällaisista ajattelisi. Meille merkittävä oppi oli se, että kannattaa vain lähteä liikkeelle. Varsinkin tällaiselle asiantuntija- ja konsulttiyritykselle tämä on lopulta aika luonteva ja hallittavissa oleva kokonaisuus. Kannattaa lähteä liikkeelle ennemmin kuin myöhemmin ja mielellään yhdistää tämä muihin jo käynnissä oleviin tekemisiin, esimerkiksi hiilijalanjäljen laskentaan tai työyhteisön kehittämiseen. VSM-standardissa on 2 tasoa, Basic Module ja Comprehensive Module. Meillä kävi niin, että kun alettiin työstämään Basic Moduleja ja saatiin se täytettyä, niin huomattiinkin, että meillä on myöskin kerätty aineistoa, jotka täyttävät sen Comprehensive Modulen osuuden. Tämän myötä prosessi meni tosi sutjakkaasti. Ja tietysti isoin hyöty on se, että tämä antaa selkeän rungon sille keskustelulle talon sisäisesti ja talon ulkopuolelle. Se oma tekeminen saa oikeanlaisen sanotuksen ja voi asiakkaalle sekä niin kuin muulle toimitusketjulle käydä niin kuin luontevaa vuoropuhelua siitä, että minkälaisia vastuullisia valintoja teillä tehdään ja miten vastuullisuutta seurataan. Se luo yhteisen kielen siihen vastuullisuuden ympärille ja antaa oikeasti konkretiaa ja valmistaa tulevaisuuteen.
Hei, jeg heter Anders Gammelsrud. Jeg jobber som bærekraftsrådgiver i Amesto Account House. Amesto-konsernet styrer etter trippel bunnlinje, og ledelsen ønsket å være i forkant av kommende rapporteringskrav. Derfor valgte vi å starte med en pragmatisk rapportering etter VSM-standarden. I første omgang var ikke formålet ekstern rapportering, men å bruke denne prosessen til å forstå omfanget av kravene og jobbe mer strukturert med vår egen bærekraftsdata. VSM var et bra startpunkt for å komme raskt i gang, og det har gitt oss et fint rammeverk som vi kan bruke til å sammenligne oss selv over tid. Nå i etterkant gir oss en enkel og ryddig måte å kommunisere bærekraftsarbeidet til konsernet til interessenter. Avdelingen som jeg jobber i har god kunnskap om klimaregnskap og om bærekraftsrapportering. Det var derfor naturlig at vi gjorde rapporteringen på vegne av konsernet. Vi har en egenutviklet løsning for klimaregnskap og startet med datapunkter knyttet til utslipp i scope 1, 2 og 3. For de andre områdene jobbet vi sammen med HR, økonomi og blant annet innkjøp. Det var helt avgjørende for å komme i mål. Det var utfordrende å få tak i riktig data på tvers av avdelinger og selskap og land, noe som tok lengre tid enn først trodde, og i noen tilfeller måtte vi bruke estimater. Virksomhetene i konsernet vårt de er i forskjellige bransjer, fra rådgivning og bemanning til eiendom. Ulike bransjer har ulikt fokus på bærekraft, og det å samle denne dataen til en felles rapport som skulle være relevant for alle, og etterleve standarden, det var også noe som var utfordrende. Som et resultat har vi fått på plass bedre datastruktur på tvers av selskapene, og vi kommer til å jobbe mer strategisk med innhentingen til neste rapportering. Vårt viktigste råd kom i gang og ikke vent på perfekt data. Bruk VSME som et styringsverktøy, ikke bare som rapporteringskrav. Ellers det viktig å involvere relevante avdelinger eller kollegaer på oversikt over andre rapporteringer som dere gjør i dag. Gi prosessen nok tid, spesielt ved førstegangsrapportering, og strukturer arbeidet rundt andre rapporteringsfrister i selskapet. Vær ærlig på hva dere faktisk kan måle, og hva dere ikke har kontroll på enda.
So please sit down. I'd like to restart because we have the commissioner at 4 o'clock. You don't hear me? Is it better now? Yeah. No, I said we have to restart because we have the commissioner at 4 o'clock. So next panel. Thank you first for the lunch. It was good. Then about the next panel. What's next after the omnibus? Opportunities and challenges of ESRS and voluntary reporting. So I will introduce the first Chiara Del Prete, who's setting the scene, and also Richard Howitt after that, who will moderate the panel. So Chiara Del Prete is the chair of our sustainability tech, Mazar. And before that, she was the chief of the, let me look at that. Yeah, you were the head of accounting principles at UniCredit between 2011 and 2016. And you teach at the Bocconi Business School. So great. Then Richard, you have also a very impressive career, Richard, as you were member of the European Parliament during a long time, between 1994 and 2016. And you have been a key architect of the EU non-financial reporting directive, which was somehow the frontrunner of the ESRS. Furthermore, you have been CEO of the International Integrated Reporting Council. And you are also a member of the advisory council of Amphori, etc. And right now you are an advisor of Frank Bolt. So, ladies, gentlemen, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. We used to say that standard setting is a long-term journey. And that journey is about working for future generations and building the data infrastructure to equip investors for decision making that benefit both people and the environment, to increase companies' accountability, and to ease the transition to a sustainable economy. But that journey is also about avoiding complexity and unnecessary barriers with the aim to boost European competitiveness. And that journey is also about global convergence and avoid fragmentation across jurisdictions. And finally, it is also about leaving no one behind, including smaller and less resourced companies. With the reporting season 2025, we have already now 2 consecutive years of application of ESRS, and this allows real-life observation of the progress in quality and availability of information. With the forthcoming delegated act on simplified ESRS, which are also early applicable in this year, the regulatory uncertainty is largely resolved, in absence of surprises in the last mile. The simplified ESRS are the result of a compromise between maintaining the initial transparency and realizing a significant reduction in effort. So you should already be on the first, on the first step of this path. So I was saying, simplified ESRS, they are the result of a compromise between maintaining the initial transparency and realizing a significant reduction in effort. They are shorter, clearer, and easier to apply. They are more principle-based and closer to how companies manage their business. They are written to avoid unnecessary rigidity and compliance efforts, to support a disclosure that is more focused, relevant, and better integrated into broader corporate reporting. The simplified standards pragmatically enable progressive improvement of data quality through reliefs and phasing in. In conclusion, companies should now be well positioned to move their efforts from compliance to actions and to business. Looking ahead, and we are here on the second step, after the enactment of a new set of standards, the focus normally switches to implementation support. EFRAG work program in 2026 foresees, before issuing any new implementation material, to consult on the design of the support and on priority topics. Learning from the implementation work conducted in 2024 and reflecting on how the revised scope of the CSRD affects the nature of the support that is needed. However, rest assured that issuing the revised list of data points, former IG3, is on top of our to-do list and will be issued as soon as feasible after the delegated act. Similarly, we plan to update the different interoperability maps that we issued for set 1, and we will work on anticipated financial effects. The third point I want to touch today is the global momentum. The ISSB standards are adopted now by more than 40 jurisdictions. SASB enhancements are in progress for the benefit of sector disclosures of all jurisdictions, including Europe. Guidance on nature by the ISSB will soon be available. GRI has ongoing an ambitious consultation program, as also has the GHG protocol. These all point to the direction of increased quality and readiness globally, making a decisive step toward a more mature reporting system. All these changes, though, require us to stay vigilant on global alignment and avoiding to create new interoperability challenges. Talking about interoperability between ESRS and IFRS, EFRAG simplification activity has been conducted, preserving and even increasing the already high level of alignment, serving the needs of those that have to comply with both of sets of standards in the best possible way, avoiding double reporting continues to be a priority in our work program. If we move to the fourth point, the simplification brought a profound switch from mandatory to voluntary reporting for 40,000 companies that have been de-scoped from the CSRD. However, the demand for high-quality comparable data is not diminishing. In fact, it is increasing. Why? Because sustainability is more and more embedded in business strategy, investment decisions, and lending practices. EFRAG released in 2024 its voluntary standard for SMEs, and the European Commission recommended in 2025 to large companies, investors, and banks to replace their own questionnaires and adopt the voluntary standard instead. The SME ecosystem operated by EFRAG in 2025 is a laboratory for how standard setters may foster the uptake of voluntary reporting, emphasizing benefits and supporting cost reduction. For companies to choose to report voluntarily, they need to see a clear business opportunity, a better access to finance, reduced cost for data requests, and they need to have accessible tools, templates, platforms, etc., ideally in their language. The regulatory uncertainty in 2025 resulted, unfortunately, in a general wait-and-see attitude. And so we saw the adoption of the SME as a replacement a bit slowing down compared to the objective. Now, with the issuance of the Delegated Act, we expect to see companies and their intermediaries resuming that work. But we must remain vigilant again, as voluntary reporting can lead to lack of comparability, low quality reporting, and continued reliance on unstandardized questionnaires, unless virtuous circles are created and good practices are encouraged. Fifth, moving to digitalization and technology. With more than 17,000 users, our Knowledge Hub, or digital portal, continues to be at the center of our efforts to foster accessibility and navigability of our material. In the second half of this year, we will consult on the revised XBRL taxonomy for simplified ESRS. The VSME digital template with an XBRL converter shows a sustained trend of 1,000 downloads per week, confirming the importance of digital solutions in reporting. Sixth and final point, I would like to mention the forthcoming exposure drafts of ESRS for non-EU groups, which support level playing field as well as accountability, requiring to report impacts at group level. This may further support global convergence, in particular in areas other than climate, as mandatory reporting for these topics is not so frequent outside Europe. It's encouraging to see that some of these non-European groups see strategic value in voluntarily adopting our full double materiality ESRS at global level instead of the future non-EU standards to be comparable with their European peers. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chiara. Can I just check, is that working? Great. If the panelists could join us here. So this morning we had a great history lesson, story. It was a story, wasn't it, about how EFRAG developed its twin pillars of financial and sustainability reporting. We then looked at the connectivity between the two, and in this panel we're going to be talking about specifically sustainability reporting, reflecting a bit back on what happened in the Omnibus and in the ESRS, but also looking forward to what is going to happen next. And I think Chiara's presentation has given us a really good roadmap there that we can build on. We've got all of the stakeholder groups represented here. On my right, for the investors, we have Nathalie Douanier, who is the president of EuroSIF, the European Sustainable Investment Forum. On her right, representing civil society organisations, is Ruben Zandvliet. He's the Director of Standards at the SHIFT Project, which is the world's leading centre on business and human rights. He's also a member of the EFRAG Sustainability Reporting Board. On his right, we have Suzanne Stormer, an old friend, I admit. She is today representing the voluntary frameworks, and I think pretty unarguably the leading voluntary framework for reporting in the world, the Global Reporting Initiative. Suzanne is the chair of their Global Sustainability Standards Board. On her right, representing the global standard setter, Veronika Puncheva. She is a board member at the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB. And to show that companies or report preparers are not last but not least, we have Fiona Watson representing the business interest on this panel. She is the Vice President of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD. And Fiona, I'm going to start with you, actually. There have been a lot of arguments about the omnibus. Probably everyone in the room has been involved in them one way or another. Can we start by talking about the benefits? There are 2 reporting seasons have been done. Have you seen positive benefits amongst your members?
This is working. Excellent. So I think categorically, yes, we have both anecdotally and quantitative benefits have come through. And from both waves, when we've seen indeed reporting picking up in the second wave. So there is a real trend, and what we see is improved quality of reporting. And I'll probably leave Nathalie to talk about that from an investor perspective. But mainly what we see with the companies that we work with, who are predominantly companies who are leaning in on the sustainability challenge, admittedly, they are acknowledging that it has given them a discipline, it has given them a focus, it has given them a better on-the-ground assessment of the impacts, risks and opportunities and dependencies that are picked up by the ESRSs. And in many cases, that's led not just to improved governance, not just to improved visibility, but improved performance. So they're seeing tangible benefits coming through in business performance, as well as the improved approach on governance and quality and controls.
And I want to ask the same question to Ruben. You're particularly interested in supply chains, not just in Europe, but beyond Europe as well. It's early days, but in the 2 years we've seen the reporting start, are you beginning to see any real world changes from the point of view of supply chains?
Certainly, Richard. So as SHIFT, we're involved in many of these standards debate, but we also advise companies on implementation of the UN guiding principles. And that's where we sort of see how companies in practice also use reporting as a management tool, right? It's so much more than just companies preparing information and investors using that information. And I think also in the last panel, both Anna and Vanya spoke to that. In terms of the legislative sequence, we did put the cart before the horse, right? So we first had the CSRD and then CSDDD. The benefit we had now in the revision is that there was clarity on CSDDD. So there was confirmation that on the logic of impact materiality, how to identify the most material impact on stakeholder engagement, on essentially all of the steps of due diligence. We could build a framework where the doing is aligned with the reporting. On some issues, that was not yet the case in set 1. So adequate wages being an important example of that, where we brought the EFRAG technical advice more in line with the CSDDD requirements, because the previous ESRS required disclosure of minimum wages. We've now in the SRB agreed on a model that calls out information on adequate living wages, as does CSDDD, based on the experience also of leading companies, some of which, like Philips, represented in the SRB. All of that to say that I think it is important for EFRAG to continue working on interoperability with international reporting frameworks, to seek connectivity with financial reporting, but also seek those connections with practice, with how companies actually manage impacts. And it's great to see all the preparatory work that the Secretariat is doing at the moment for that.
And of course, with living wages, the Living Wage Foundation provides a figure for a living wage in every country in the world. So companies can actually look to somewhere authoritative to determine that. Nathalie, has data quality been driven up? Before CSRD, before the ISSB, all the investors were complaining and moaning that sustainability data wasn't decision useful to them. Has it been driven up? And then in the ESRS process of removing data points, some data points, have some of those data points that you need been lost? And what are you going to do about it?
Well, that's a very huge question you're asking me, Richard, and I think I have only limited time to answer that. I would like still to step back a little bit. We heard this morning that IFRS was introduced to give European company access to capital market. The same apply to sustainability data. And I think it's really important because I've seen, you know, when there was discussion about Omnibus, so many articles, so many announcements about reducing administrative burdens, about, you know, reducing red tape. I would like to say and to voice very strongly that, you know, sustainability reporting is not just about producing a report for the purpose of producing a nice report. It's beneficial for the company itself, but it's also providing very key information for the investors. I mean, either the asset manager that have fiduciary duty in terms of managing the risk of its own investor, for asset owner that needs to anticipate the financial effect of sustainability of the investment is making, or banks which are required to assess the sustainability risk when they make a lending decision. And all of that needs to be taken into consideration when producing meaningful data. So as you said, investors have always asked to get comprehensive data that would be reliable, that would be comparable. And before CSRD, there was many standards, but a lot of estimated data coming from or being purchased from, I would say, data provider, and a lot of work required in terms of assessing the reliability and the comparability of this data. So this is why we were really strongly supporting, I would say, the journey of defining the scope of companies subject to reporting, CSRD, defining what they would have to report, ISRS, and last but not least, having a centralized database with the ESAP where you have all the structured data that you can aggregate, you know, at portfolio level. So this is why we were, I would say, a little bit really disappointed about, you know, the significant reduction of scope under the Omnibus 1, but I guess we will be talking about the impact of that a little bit later. About the ISRS simplification, I think we welcome this simplification exercise. We're quite happy that very important features were retained in the ISRS, like the double materiality, like essential key data point. On the other end, we are concerned about some, I would say, cross-cutting relief without necessarily put, you know, a lot of safeguards in the current ISRS draft. And, you know, from being, you know, voicing the investors here, my message to the preparer would be pay attention with those relief. It's not a free ride exercise. If you're not producing the data, then you know, they will be asked from the investors, particularly on the anticipated financial effect. I know this is a data that is not easy to produce, but that's a very I would say fundamental data. And if investors do not get that data, that's even, I would say, more challenging for the investor to assess this data.
Of course, the more the investors still ask the questions, the more burden there is on companies. It hasn't removed the burden if the investors are still asking it. We shall see.
Yeah.
Suzanne, Veronica, sector-specific standards have been removed from the European agenda and work programme in EFRAG, but both of you very much adopt those sectoral standards. Was the European Union right to get rid of sectoral standards? Given the fact that there are conflicting sectoral standards between GRI and SASB, how should companies understand that? Suzanne first, please.
Now you're opening Pandora's box, and if we could ever, you know, reignite the task force that developed the prototype. I was leading as Patrick will remember, the work stream that was intended to develop the sector-specific standards for ESRS. And what we did at that time was to look at what was already there with SASB, to use the European classification system for sectors and really to simplify. So actually, I think we invented simplification before the omnibus. But that never became...
Good try. I'm glad you said that before the commissioner arrives.
Exactly. So that never became real. But I would say I really loved Chiara's presentation about the road that we are traveling. And in my experience, there's a way of saying that if you want to go far, walk together. I think there's a lot of opportunity now that the European standards are not at the moment going down the sector specific, that together with ISSB, we can leverage the assets that sit with the SASB standards that are there already, and the assets that GRI has with the sector standards, again, that already are there. And then we have sector standards in development where we are speaking with EFRAG about how we can do that in a smart and simple way.
Great. Veronica, same question. Was the European Union right and SASB or GRI, or how do they go together?
Yeah, well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being back after lunch for this juicy session. I see this conversation not as a Pandora box, but rather as a gift box. And because it was interesting in the preparation of this session today, there was someone from EFRAG who told me, yeah, be careful with this conversation around industry specific because stakeholders told us they don't want it. And I don't agree with that because actually they told something else. And I'm happy that actually EFRAG was wise to listen to that feedback and to say, okay, let's use what's available there, SASB, GRI, which has already evidence of being used. Because if you're in business in this room, the first thing you look into your own performance. But the second is you look at the performance of your competitors and your peers in order to understand, are you addressing your performance adequately? And that's the power of industry-specific comparison. And exactly the same for investors. They need the context, how this specific performance or risk and opportunities are addressed. Because I think it was SML and who said it in the morning, every business model has some unique aspects. And that this uniqueness is within this specific industry or the industry which addresses the value chain challenges and chances and opportunities. There is a lot of value actually in the industry specific guidance. And when I talk to preparers, and I'm ex-preparer, the first thing I tell them, if you don't know where to start, go and read your industry. What's expected from you to talk about? And you can say, okay, that covers me well, or no, there is more I want to talk. Look into GRI, which is in the same industry, or your industry aspects which are through your value chain. Short answer, probably your long answer to your question. It was a wise decision, and yes, there is value in that. Today we see around 3,000 something companies who are using SASB on a regular basis since 2018, 16, 18. There are many more who are already using GRI. And I think we borrow with pride the good stuff which GRI has developed. We have an MOUs, more than one, that we are going to work together, that we are not going to invent the wheel, that it's easier and more productive for preparers and more understandable and decision useful for investors.
Companies I talk to often say they do want guidance on this, and I suspect in the next few years it won't happen immediately, but EFRAG, the Sustainability Reporting Board, will be asked to come forward not with new sector standards, but with sector guidance. You heard this prediction here first. Fiona, you heard from Chiara in her opening speech about competitiveness, and of course that's absolutely key for businesses and the business agenda. And there's been a prevailing argument going on during the omnibus process that somehow sustainability reporting is too burdensome and making European businesses uncompetitive. There's an alternative argument, which is that there's a race in the world to new sustainable business models, and companies and countries who are ahead in that race are going to benefit through competitiveness. Where do you stand on that?
So tough question. Thank you. Very definitely, we recognize that we're leaning into a very fragmented global space here. And we're fragmented and dealing with an incredibly dynamic risk environment. So I think it is important to put this whole discussion on sustainability reporting into that incredibly complicated global dynamic where we're dealing with geopolitical and obviously rising physical risks as well. So at a board level, executive level, even functional level, companies are dealing with multiple incoming elements. Sustainability is an integrated part of that environment. And so what it does is it gives you much better tooling and insight, and companies that are getting ahead recognize that. So it's not necessarily that they're getting ahead because they're decarbonizing in some kind of arbitrary way faster than others. What they are doing is integrating a much more robust structure and a much more robust approach to managing their impacts, risks and opportunities that of course gives you an advantage against your peers, whatever part of the world you're working in. So I think that's where the advantage comes from. What is so incredibly important is that the disclosures allow for comparability that allow that to be recognized quickly. And I think that's where we're getting a little bit stuck at the moment. The comparability is holding us back. And because that means at an executive level, the CFOs, the CEOs are not seeing the business case for this. They're seeing a huge cost line. They're seeing new systems. They're seeing complicated audit committee conversations about legal liability and this and that and the other. They're not hearing a value creation argument. So I think it's imperative that this agenda is integrated into that competitiveness agenda, but also it allows for a value creation agenda that is integral to the business and how they operate at a global space.
Thank you. Natalie, we've seen the review clause taken out of CSRD for bringing investors within scope, potentially at a future time. We've seen the Commission in their draft say that asset managers are exempt from ESRS, even though it's in the level 1 CSRD text, which is a novel approach. And we've seen principal adverse impacts and the required to report them taken out of the draft Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. So I think some people will be arguing, what about investor disclosure itself? How are investors going to be transparent about their own sustainability?
Well, I guess it's a question of coherence within the entire sustainable finance framework. I mean, if I step back a couple of years later, we have been suffering from the fact that, MiFID sustainable preference was introduced before SFDR, which was introduced before CSRD. And we've always been running to cover some gaps. And now it's exactly the same that is happening. We're saying, okay, PAI shouldn't be part of the entity, there shouldn't be entity level disclosure on PAI in SFDR2 because it's covered under CSRD. And now under ISRS, we're removing the AUM disclosure. I guess it's, I would hope that, we would be pausing a little bit here and looking at the framework altogether and the consistency within the framework.
Okay, and I guess on SFDR, there's still some time for that to happen. So it's a reasonable request. Veronica, there's been a lot said and written. Some of it misguided, I think, about there being a sort of almost competition between ESRS and the ISSB standards. But the big difference, of course, is double materiality versus single financial materiality. And ISSB proudly says we are single financial materiality, and that's what you're pursuing. But when we look at the practice around the world, so for example, Turkey, when they implemented the ISSB standards, 60% of the companies there followed a double materiality approach. And crucially in the world, India and China have followed a double materiality approach. Now, I know you're not going to change your policy now or overnight, but looking forward, can you see a day where investors want double materiality and you recognise that and that your approach becomes the same as the European approach?
Well, I'm going to answer that not as a standard setter, but as someone who has been preparing for 20 plus years. And I just said it in the chat before we started the panel. The topics which are on the table of the Chief Sustainability Officer today will be on the table of the Chief Financial Officer in 2 to 3 years from now. So this conversation is moving. what's financially material for investors today is not exactly what was financially material 10 years ago. It's also changing. And we are very, very focused on what financially material for investors is, knowing that this is also part of the evolution. It doesn't mean that we'll embrace the public policy needs, would it be of China or the European Union or anybody else, because our mandates are different. The needs of the capital markets and the needs of a public policy are just different. But this does not stop us to build from one another. So to make sure that what's financially material for the capital markets can be complemented with what is specifically needed for the individual jurisdiction. Because if the capital markets or investors are global and capital is moving globally, the public policy needs of China or Turkey or Nigeria or Bulgaria, where I'm coming from, are slightly different. And I think we all respect that. If you look at the global momentum today, ISSB, as Clara said, is in 43 jurisdictions as of last week. And what you see on the European, and Europe is one of them, very important one, which we talk on regular basis with, and they all have slightly different needs in terms of their public policy needs, but they all want to achieve one thing for their stock listed companies: access to global capital. Make sure that their companies do business in the global market. And for that, the work which we are doing is useful, and what needs to be done in the specific jurisdictions we are running business and needs to be complemented in order to comply, would it be Australia, would it be in Turkey, would it be in EU, is there to stay. I think our mandates are beautifully complementary, and we continue to have these conversations. We love it.
Thank you. Fiona, you heard Chiara say that it's the end of wait and see. Now we've got regulatory certainty, or we'll very shortly have it. And saying that out of scope companies will be getting on and doing reporting, but then the quality is going to be the question. At lunchtime, I had a chat with some colleagues from one of the professional services companies, I won't name it, who said basically the companies that they work with were just saying, until it's mandatory, we're not going to do anything, we won't want to spend the money, and they literally still carry on wait and see. How do you think out of scope companies are reacting and will react, and how should they react?
So speaking almost in a personal capacity, I would suggest that any company that is doing a wait and see approach is putting themselves in their value chain and looking around, number one, for commercial drivers for why they might be expected to provide this information, because we've heard our investors are looking for it. But even if you're not listed, you're going to have a B2B requirement coming through. So you most probably, as in it will start to become part of your competitive positioning with your downstream and even your upstream suppliers and counterparties. So that's number one. I would be very aware of the commercial environment that you're in. And then number two, I'd be thinking that notwithstanding whether it's mandatory or not, these risks are there. So if you have not got your eyes on, as it were, to that increasing risk environment, especially on physical risk, we spend a lot of time on physical risk, but especially on physical risk and especially on physical risk in your value chains, then I would suggest you haven't just got a compliance problem on the horizon, you've got a governance problem now.
Can I ask the same question to Ruben? Again, I've asked you already about the supply chains, but many of those out of scope companies are in the supply chain, as Fiona has just said. And there's been obviously huge controversy around the value chain cap and whether it's a good or a bad thing. How do you think that will work out in practice?
So I think this is I couldn't agree more with Fiona in sort of the internal incentive that companies have really to understand where their most significant impacts are, right? I think this value chain gap, the idea, it comes from somewhere. It's based on the premise that we need to somehow sort of protect, shield our smaller, poor business partners against these long and confusing questionnaires. And there are a lot of long and confusing questionnaires out there. But what we need to change is dynamics within supply chains. We at Shift do a lot of work around shifting that dynamic from sort of a coercive policing approach where larger companies just put stuff in contracts that will trickle down their supply chain and everything will be fine, right? To a more collaborative approach whereby this is sort of less adversarial and there's less sort of the notion that we can just pull out any data that we need, any information that we need, but there is no benefit also to our business partner. And I think the voluntary standard suggests that companies can just disclose on policies on forced labor, policies on child labor, but do not go into that question about where the most significant impacts are, because we do not want to create another sort of materiality assessment. But that basic understanding can be asked by larger companies in the context of CSDDD or in the general context of due diligence. And this is where, again, that connection between due diligence and reporting is so important. There is no value chain cap in CSDDD. There is no value chain cap in the UN Guiding Principles or OECD guidelines. You cannot just ask a lot of annoying conflicting questions. You have to think about it. You have to ask the questions that are necessary, that are proportionate, that are reasonable, but you can obtain that information that can later on feed into your reporting efforts. So that is not a way to get around the value chain gap, but it is a way to make sense of better relationships between business partners and suppliers and getting the information that companies need.
Yeah, it's not well enough known by companies that there's no value chain cap in due diligence in CSDDD. It's an important point. Suzanne, you and I were working together on promoting voluntary frameworks many years ago, and you're now representing the voluntary frameworks on this panel. Bearing in mind what you've heard from Fiona and from Ruben, what is it that will incentivize smaller businesses or non-large businesses, perhaps we should call them, to undertake reporting? And it's what GRI is doing all day, every day. So have you got any insight into that?
Yeah, well, again, I can just echo, I totally agree with Fiona's point. We also have data that indicate that 3 out of 4 companies that report against the GRI standards say that they see a correlation to financial performance, to good financial performance. And it's important to say correlation, not a causality, because then you start arguing with your CFO and you don't want to go there. I've done it. Trust me. So I think there definitely is an argument, and we had a beautiful case just before lunch in the panel where Vanya was speaking about how they go about sustainability reporting at Ørsted. So I think we should be mindful that the mandatory reporting that we want to accomplish here in Europe is so far a very short time span compared to the time when we've had voluntary reporting. So of course we can discuss, whether voluntary or mandatory is better. What I've seen in practice is that when it is mandatory, then there's also a risk that it falls into the compliance check the box trap. And we don't want to go there. So what we do want, and this is what EFRAG has done really well, is to stick with understand your business, do your assessment of your impacts, risks, and opportunities. And when you do that, as Fiona says, then it will that companies need to also understand how to cater for, and importantly, for the interests of the company itself, for the sustainability of their very business.
I did see Natalie at the front of the queue at lunchtime and you and Ruben at the back, so obviously that rule does apply. Fiona, can I just ask you to pick up on what Suzanne has just said there about not just being tick box? And there is an optimistic argument that a bit less regulation from Europe gives more space for companies to be creative, to put more resources and time into sustainability strategy and operations rather than reporting. I'm not saying I agree with that, but you do hear that said from company representatives. Do you buy that argument? And what would you say to companies about your member companies about that?
So we've very definitely seen a huge investment in capacity to be able to generate good quality data around sustainability. And there's been a certain pushback and reluctance to do that, especially in an environment where margins have been compressed anyway. And yes, we do hear that, you know, for every dollar they spend, or pick your currency, they spend on sustainability reporting, that's a dollar that's not being spent on action. But I think the hope is that we can get to a system that very quickly matures, so that that's a kind of sunk cost, as it were. That gets embedded. That is the renovation of the corporate reporting system that allows you then to get on and really manage that. Because I think this is here to stay, right? Unfortunately, last time I checked, the science isn't getting any better. And the dashboards that we're working to as a society are not getting any better on any metric. So the operating environment points to this becoming a more material issue, not a less material issue. So our advice to, well, we don't give advice, especially not one-to-one, but when in the communities and the convenings that we do with members, we hear from companies very strongly that they recognize that this is one that you need to do well. You iterate fast, you fail fast, you learn fast, you integrate it into your performance system, so it becomes the most efficient way that you can do of getting good quality data that drives good quality decisions in an increasingly deteriorating physical environment.
And Ruben, many civil society organisations were maximalist. They're asking for data points and very critical of the simplification. And so how do you respond to the claim from some companies that the simplification actually frees up space and opportunity, and they're really committed to sustainability, and they're going to be able to do it better, not worse?
So I personally think that this that this is really a bit of a one-liner for conferences to claim that
we are at a conference.
We are at a conference, but hopefully not one of those conferences where we really juxtapose action to reporting and say, if only we do less reporting, there's more action. I've heard that one-liner at a few conferences where also you could maybe put some question marks on the amount of action that companies were taking or were would need to take in order to live up to the challenges of our day. So I don't support that. I do support the notion of simplification, and I think we have within EFRAG really sought to maintain that balance, live up to the Commission mandate, but at the same time also make sure that information would be decision useful for investors, for other groups of users. It is very encouraging that the Commission largely maintained the EFRAG technical advice, and we've just had another 4 weeks of consultation. And call me a nerd, but I've went through quite a few of those responses, and obviously we see the same themes reoccurring: anticipated financial effects, fair presentation, adequate wages, geographical context. We have proponents, we have opponents, but we are not hearing any new arguments, right? All of this has been discussed within the board, within TAG, in extensive consultations and field tests for over a year now. There are some new elements put into the delegated act by the Commission, and that is where I think we do really need to read those submissions, right? So, for example, that carve out on asset management, which is wildly beyond what the Commission is allowed to do in level 1. It will be challenged legally, would be my prediction, so they better rethink it. There's other things that the Commission now suddenly did, not based on the EFRAG technical advice around GHG boundaries, additional phase-ins. They've extended the scope of corporate responsibility by going beyond the ordinary phrasing in the international due diligence standards. That's where the Commission now has to focus its attention on in the next 3 weeks. And then I think we can not only have a nice celebration of 25 years of EFRAG here, but also a nice after party as well, if that project is finally done.
So to the Commission officials in the audience, we've just done your job for you. Just hope you're taking notes. Can I just bring in Suzanne first, then I'll come to you, Fiona. Suzanne, on the point Ruben just made about fair presentation, when Patrick, I interviewed Patrick in about January as he was standing down, and he had a very strong argument to say that the simplification was justified by bringing in the concept of fair presentation from financial reporting, but it does mean something to accountants and auditors. You're with PwC now. How important is that concept of fair presentation?
I have to say to those of my PwC friends, I'm no longer with PwC.
Sorry, I do apologize.
But leave that aside. I think, you know, when I arrived here and I saw the two posters of what EFRAG is doing, financial and sustainability reporting side by side, it really made me happy because that's where we are and where we need to go forward. And I want to remind everybody that there's a reason why we're sitting here talking about sustainability reporting. One is, as Fiona said, the stark realities of what we're seeing. The other one is that we know that financial reporting is failing. You know, it doesn't give a full picture of the organization. And that's where the sustainability reporting comes in. So that can provide a 360-degree perspective on the company's past, current, and importantly also predictions of its future performance. And I think we've had some really interesting and insightful panels today that were discussing about some of the challenges, that it's not straight away comparable. But the first thing we need to do is to have sustainability information into an annual report so that you do get closer to having a fair presentation of the companies.
And Fiona, I know you wanted to come in just briefly, please.
Just building on Ruben's incredibly accurate canter through all the changes that are coming up and what Suzanne just said, I think it's important to underscore that simplicity in and of itself does not save money. Simplicity does not free up resource for sustainability investment or corporate performance. Stability does. So to the extent that we can start to stabilize the system and allow people to focus on really implementing it, then we will see yield results.
Veronica, this morning you heard the story of how financial reporting standards were developed internationally over 30 years. ISSB's got the same job, but in much less than 30 years, probably. People are often critical of the fact that America's got its own system, or at the moment on sustainability, no system outside California and New York. But on financial reporting, US GAAP is there, IFRS is there, and companies aren't saying it's all terrible. They're getting on and doing the job and being effective. Is that the same with sustainability reporting? I was on these stages 5 and 10 years ago being told that it was an alphabet soup of voluntary frameworks and it should be standardized. And essentially that's what you're doing, and that's what we're doing in this era. So do people overplay the problem of not being wholly global, and are we in a better place than we were 5 and 10 years ago?
You're right about many things, but the first one you're right about is that we don't have the time and the luxury to develop this kind of standards for many decades. Indeed, our international accounting standards are currently in more than 140 jurisdictions. The international sustainability standards are in 43 jurisdictions just 3 years down the road, which is not that yet we're that brilliant. We are stepping on the shoulders of giants like the ISB here, so we are stepping on so many useful and well-known concepts that it helps. And it also helpful that you're addressing a topic. ISSB is gap agnostic. We want to make sure that the work which we are doing is adequate in every part of the world, because it was said, I think, in the morning, sustainability risk and opportunities are business risk and opportunities. They have to be able to, we have to have the language to be able to talk about this in every part of the world. So to the other aspect of your question, when I talk to preparers and they tell me scope 3 is impossible, this is way too much work, I tell them, do you really want to have blind spots? Are you okay to go to your CFO and say, I'm happy with having blind spots in some area where physical risks, transition risks are there, and you honestly, you know about them? if you are in the territory of human capital, if you're territory of the nature, if you know your business, you know that you have certain blind spots there, or you might not feel yet very comfortable talking about them with your stakeholders. But the first thing is to be able to recognize them and manage them and be able to address them properly. So I think with regard to the level of the language, we know financial disclosure is here not for decades, for hundreds of years. And we are expecting that sustainability disclosure will get on the same level for just a couple of years. So I think we have to be fair to ourselves. There is good development, but it needs a little bit of time and at least a lot of education for the markets, incredibly important. It needs hand-holding in the best possible way. And it needs also more trust and openness between the both sides, because often companies ask me, okay, but what are investors going to do with this information? Isn't it better that I don't disclose it? And I tell them, if you don't, they will create it from available resources. So it's probably useful that you give them a little bit of guidance of how this information could look like.
Thank you. We're nearly up on time, so it's the last question. I'll go down the line, 1 minute maximum. I want a prediction. 10 years ago, we wouldn't have imagined that there would be the SRS or the ISSB at all. As I say, it was the alphabet soup of voluntary frameworks. But here we are today. What about another 10 years? Speculate, look into your crystal balls and speculate where sustainability reporting is going. Natalie first.
Well, I'm a reasonably optimistic person. So what I will be hoping is that, there will be, for all the companies that have unfortunately been left out of the mandatory implementation of ISRS, we will come with the standards that, we will come with a market practice that will incorporate all the key information that investor needs and that business needs to monitor their business. And my dream, because I totally agree with Suzanne, that financial reporting as it stands today is incomplete without the proper embedding of the anticipated financial effect of the sustainability risk. So my dream is that we will have a comprehensive set of information that include all aspects.
Thank you. Ruben.
Thank you. So my organization turns 15 this year because we grew out of the process that led to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which shifts co-founders being senior advisors to John Ruggie, the author of the Guiding Principles. And that was a moment where the United Nations, imagine that now, like the United Nations convened and adopted by unanimity in the Human Rights Council, this set of expectations on themselves, on states, but also on business around respect for human rights. Fast forward 15 years, we now see that standard in the CSDDD, in the CSRD, in the ESRS, in the forced labor regulation. So we are bringing those familiar concepts now into mandatory standards. What we now need to do is to make sure that the European Commission, EU member states, make sure that they join up between due diligence frameworks, reporting frameworks, which allows companies to also integrate them in a joined up way, because that's ultimately what gets us beyond those one-liners that we just discussed that are sort of about complaining about the reporting burden, but really drive that connection between action and reporting.
And the last thing John Ruggie said to me before he died is try and make sure that that due diligence directive, mandatory directive, gets passed. And it may be that when history gets written, that something very notable has happened, even with all of the criticisms about reduced scope. Suzanne.
Yeah, so I can just give you a couple of stats. So according to OECD, then 60% of the GDP is reporting under GRI, 40% are reporting both financial and impact materiality. So in that perspective, we'd say, what would it take for us to get to 100, right? But I think my vision is very similar to that of Natalie. I would like to see corporate reporting being about the sustainability of the company, which would include financials. And that is a slightly provocative statement to some, but I really mean it, that financials are a subset of what defines a sustainable company. And for that, we need sustainability reporting to mature even more. But I think we need to get beyond the, who gets to the table. It's much more about working together for the benefit of the societies we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Well, to build on Susanna's wonderful words, listening to today's conversation here, but also in the room outside, I'm impressed how much the conversation has evolved towards much more practical terms, how to do good implementation, what needs to be done in order to achieve what has been developed as a concepts, and not only talking about the conceptual work, which is definitely very important. I think we are entering very rapidly a territory where this work will mature. I don't want to make any predictions in 10 years. I think it's difficult to make a prediction what will happen in 1 year from now, even looking at this avatar today. But what I hope to be able to see very soon is that we progress on this maturity from a joint perspective and address some of the also more interesting questions. So what we have achieved already together, but what still needs to be achieved in territory like presentation, non-obscuring for the geeks in the room. And at the end, I think it will be a joint effort to help this capital streaming freely, jurisdictions achieving their public policy needs in a way which is more transparent and more predictable and more safe and more, I wouldn't say the word easy, but manageable for both sides. So that's my hope.
Thank you. And Fiona.
My brain has been scrambling while I've been listening to all these very articulate visions and wrestling with the avatar that Anne showed us earlier. And thinking, if we take even a best case scenario, I've talked about the science, if we take even a best case scenario for what we might be in a physical environment, what that might mean for the societies that we operate in, overlay the technology, the undoubted technology developments that are going to come, and the shakeout that's going to happen in legal frameworks, policy frameworks, everything else. I think a lot of these discussions will seem very, very technical and semantic in 10 years' time. I think then what we'll be dealing with is a much more real-time conversation between legal entities that are corporates and investors and broader society. And technology will make that a near real-time process, so that we can bring forward this and really focus on what's actually happening in the real world.
I think it might not be called sustainability reporting because it's totally integrated. We'll see in 10 years' time. No avatars or large language models have been used in this presentation. We're all human beings. I'm told by Benoit that if the commissioner is late, but I think she might be just outside. Oh, there you are. There we are. Right. Can I just say this whole audience is relieved, because what Benoit told me is that if you were late, he was going to tell Belgian jokes, which undoubtedly can do, but that's going to be at the reception at the end of today. But looking forward to what the commissioner has got to say to us, but also very warm thanks to high quality experts who've presented to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this very interesting session. So let me introduce you. Some of you met her already in December. Mrs. Albuquerque, you were at our last meeting. So the majority of the people in the room know you, but you are Commissioner for Financial Services and the Savings and Investments Union since 2024. So one of your main achievements, of course, is what you did in your home country, Portugal, in 2013 and between 2013 and 2015, when you managed the country's economy in a very difficult sovereign debt and financial bailout crisis. And you have been active in many fields in Portugal and with a lot of achievement. So it's a great honor for us that you are here today. I'm sure you have been told that we had a very rich, very interesting conference. We have looked at the past, but we have also addressed the future. The fact that you are there, it's very important. So I thank you very much, and I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Just to add that, if I understood, you accept some questions at the end.
It's really short.
Well, it's not too long. Yeah. Okay. So then, yeah, you have this possibility. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I mean, every time I hear people describing my past occupations, it reminds me that I have been around for quite some time. Yeah, I have. So anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So many thanks for inviting me to take part in your anniversary event. So let me start by congratulating EFRAG on 25 years of shaping and strengthening corporate reporting across Europe and beyond. When EFRAG was established in 2001, Europe was entering a new phase of financial integration. As capital markets became increasingly international, investors needed a common language to understand company performance and value. EFRAG helped Europe embrace that challenge. There is an echo of that challenge today. As we work to build stronger European markets for capital through the Savings and Investments Union, we are once again confronted with the need to overcome fragmentation and create the conditions for capital to move more efficiently across Europe. Strong markets depend on trust, transparency, and comparability, values that have been at the heart of EFRAG's work for the past quarter century. Today, I would like to reflect on EFRAG's contribution to both financial and sustainability reporting and on the role it can continue to play in the years ahead. EFRAG's journey began as the European Commission's trusted technical advisor on the endorsement of the International Financial Reporting Standards. Its first mission coincided with a decisive moment for European corporate reporting as Europe moved towards the use of IFRS accounting standards and a more harmonized framework for listed companies. God, this looks so long ago. The result was greater transparency and comparability of financial information across the Union and beyond. That greatly contributed to strengthening investor confidence and support the development of European capital markets. Over the years, EFRAG has played a crucial role in assessing whether new or amended IFRS accounting standards are aligned with our legal framework and serve the European public good. The Commission has relied extensively on EFRAG's technical expertise, stakeholders' engagement, and independent advice throughout this process. EFRAG's work has also extended beyond Europe. EFRAG has helped ensure that European perspectives are heard and reflected in international standard-setting discussions, contributing to the development of high-quality global reporting standards. EFRAG's mandate expanded with the emergence of the European Green Deal and the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. The development of sustainability reporting responded to a growing need from investors and other stakeholders for comparable information on factors that increasingly influence companies' performance, resilience, and long-term values. Climate, nature, social, governance, and transition risks can all have tangible financial consequences. At the same time, there was a real recognition that companies' impact on society and the environment also matter. This placed EFRAG at the center of an important shift in corporate reporting in Europe, from financial only to a double materiality perspective. Against that background, developing the European sustainability reporting standards was no small task. EFRAG had to balance ambition and usability, double materiality and proportionality, and international interoperability. The result was a set of well-designed and ambitious standards that matched the needs of a rapidly evolving sustainability reporting landscape. And when the context changed, EFRAG demonstrated the same ability to adapt by supporting the simplification effort under the Omnibus I package. There is an important lesson in this. Europe has often chosen to lead. As first movers, we inevitably enter uncharted territory. But leadership also means being willing to learn, adapt, and improve when experience shows that adjustments are needed. And EFRAG was able to show that leadership. Reporting is not an objective in itself. Its purpose is to help markets function better, support investment decisions, and strengthen trust. The quality of a reporting framework should therefore not be measured by the number of data points it generates, but by whether it produces information that is relevant, reliable, and useful. That is the philosophy underpinning our joint work on the revised ESRS and on the voluntary standard. The revised ESRS will provide a more proportionate framework that can deliver better outcomes in practice. When reporting requirements are clearer and the resulting data is more usable, reporting becomes less of a compliance exercise and more of a strategic tool for decision-making and risk management. Companies that understand their long-term risks and opportunities are better positioned to remain resilient and competitive. This is particularly true in a world shaped by climate change, technological disruption, and geopolitical uncertainty. And it is equally important that the European framework remains ambitious but interoperable with the wider world, including with the ISSB standards. High-quality reporting should facilitate global investment and comparability, not create unnecessary fragmentation. EFRAG's success is ultimately the result of the people behind it. Over the past 25 years, the organization has benefited from the dedication of many leaders, experts, staff members, and stakeholders whose expertise, judgment, and commitment have helped build EFRAG's reputation and credibility. I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this work, often behind the scenes, and whose efforts have made EFRAG what it is today. As we look ahead, we must try to anticipate change, and we must focus increasingly on developing standards that work effectively in practice. And as we heard in the last phase of the previous panel, looking ahead is challenging, especially looking ahead for 10 years. But we do need to look ahead and to prepare. So the next phase of corporate reporting is about making the various disclosure frameworks speak to each other so that sustainability information, financial performance, strategy, and risk form one coherent account of the company, not just financials, I agree. EFRAG's two pillars, financial and sustainability reporting, should not be seen as separate worlds. Investors, companies, and markets need a coherent picture of performance, strategy, risks, and resilience. Good reporting is not necessarily about producing more information. It is about producing information of better quality. And this brings us back to a principle that has appeared throughout most of our recent discussions: usability. Specifically on sustainability reporting, the immediate priority is to bring the SRS revision and the voluntary standards work to a successful conclusion, providing companies with the clarity and stability they need to implement the framework with confidence. EFRAG's continued engagement with stakeholders will be essential in helping companies navigate this next phase successfully. Implementation support to companies will be equally important, as it will reinforce the credibility and reliability of the framework. So, ladies and gentlemen, EFRAG is Europe's voice in corporate and sustainability reporting. That mission demands independence and the ability to bring diverse interests together in the pursuit of a common goal. So as EFRAG celebrates its 25th anniversary, Europe looks to the future, striving to be more competitive, resilient, and prosperous. To achieve those objectives, the work of EFRAG will remain as important as ever. Congratulations on this remarkable milestone. So thank you and best of luck to the next 25 years of impact and leadership. Thank you. Hopefully we will agree on the pending files before then.
We use an app for the question. So
yeah, perfect.
One question says it's not a financial question, but a political question saying,
right.
Is it time to rethink the role of safety and sustainability architecture? The ESG frameworks were built on safe, stable environments. Would they need to be amended for armed conflict and geopolitical developments, instability? Well, very easy question for you and a short one.
Yeah, very easy. I think our frameworks need to adjust to the challenges of the time. We are talking about frameworks which are used to understand strategy and risks. So as risks shift, so should strategy, and the framework should follow. I would not necessarily phrase it in the context such a gloomy one, though I do understand where it's coming from. But yes, frameworks should adapt to circumstances, because if they don't, they will no longer be usable, which was one of the main points I referred to. They need to be useful, both for investors and for company strategic positioning. If that doesn't follow the whatever happens around us, then they become pointless. Yeah, they should adjust.
And then another easy question, and that's the last one we promised. It's actually about the US.
Right.
Saying we're working very hard on interoperability with TISSB and the ESRS, the European standard. So what is the dialogue with the US, who basically are moving away from mandatory sustainability reporting?
Well, we maintain a dialogue because our markets are so connected that this dialogue is indispensable. And I think both sides of the Atlantic are very much aware of that. And there is an ongoing technical regulatory discussion, which is less affected by what is maybe more visible in the media. But yes, there are challenges of the changes in positioning that we are seeing from some of our international partners, namely the US. That being said, there is a significant interest from the corporate world and from the investor world that comparability continues to be available, because companies work on both sides of the Atlantic. Both markets are important for a significant number of corporates. So we need to maintain somehow the coherence of the frameworks so they can be used easily. The fact that sustainability reporting might be less relevant in other places does not mean in itself that we should decide to do the same. We do have a very distinct framework in Europe. The Green Deal is different from other frameworks, even when they were not so visibly diverging, because we have in Europe decided that for our future competitiveness, sustainability is a key element, and we stick to that. What we are trying to do is, as I also mentioned in my initial words, we were front runners. So you need to understand sometimes that what you had imagined either led to unintended consequences or simply was not necessary, and we need to make this proportionate and make sure that the burden is acceptable also for those using the frameworks. So what we are trying to do here is preserve the core. So what is really important in our framework, preserve our ability to continue to monitor what happens in terms of sustainability, support the companies who understand that this is a key element of their strategy and their own sustainability as business models going forward. And the risks are not diminishing, on the contrary, but we are trying to make this more usable. This is very much a process where you learn as you go. Because if you are moving ahead of everyone else, you don't have the benefit of learning from others' experiences. So that's on us. And I think that sustainability is here to stay. There is a requirement for people, for the younger generations, but we need to make it compatible to the fact that maybe the transition was being felt as being too quick for also a significant part of our society and the challenges it brought. So it's about rebalancing, trying to find the right way of addressing these challenges, preserving the core, preserving what's important, keeping our eyes on the longer term goals and making the necessary adjustments. This is the process we are going under. It's about simplification, which is, the word that is most not, burden reduction and all that, which is all, by the way, very important. And we need to do it right, because if we don't get the right balance, we actually risk that there is a strong push to let go of it altogether. And this is not in our common interest, and that's the opinion of the Commission. So we are trying to find the right balance. And again, we are very grateful to EFRAG for the support, but also to the international standard setting bodies for the efforts like the SSB, for the effort of still trying to find comparability and usability, making life easier for companies operating under the two frameworks, minimizing the burden they need on reporting. And it is a lot of work, but it's definitely worth engaging in.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I hand back to my president.
So just some words to close the day, because I think that many of you are tired. It was a great day. Honestly, I was not expecting that. So I think we have all learned a lot in the different panels and other presentations. I'm particularly grateful, of course, to Mrs. Albuquerque for being here and also for her very nice words. It's very important to all of us. 25 years of EFRAG and let's say the obvious success, a silent success. We are not very well known in the public, and if you say EFRAG in general, it's not something which is really very famous. But in some part of the society, we are known, and let's see, how can we explain that we did that in 25 years? I've tried to think at that and to give you my modest conclusion, because I think this is the very basis of what others will do in the next years. So I think, and I've looked at that carefully, and Mrs. Albuquerque said that already somehow, we have been in all the groups very careful to have competent people. So we have certainly we look at the different balances, the nationality, gender, and whatever. but systematically for all the groups, for the boards, for the techs, for the different working groups, for the staff of EFRAG, we try very hard to find good people. So I think this explains a lot of why it works and why hopefully it will keep working. A second thing, very important, is and this was developed somehow this morning by Anne-Françoise Mello, and our governance is sometimes criticized. We are sometimes a bit heavy, his organization, but the founding fathers, 12 years ago, Philippe Maystadt, and 5 years ago, Jean-Paul Gauzès did a good job. Because we are not a listed company selling goods or service. We are the advisor of the European Commission, and basically we contribute to produce norms. So that's a completely different activity. I think the check and balances, the founding fathers, Philippe Maystadt, and after that, Jean-Paul Gauzès have put in the organization, they are globally okay. Sometimes it's a bit heavy, but it protects us. It protects the main thing we have, it's the trust. We have the trust of the members, we have the trust of the public, and we have the trust of the European Commission, while remaining independent. So we will start a review of the governance of EFRAG. We have already somehow started, but I have another 7 months here, and I would like to, together with my colleagues of the administrative board, to keep working on that, to see what we could really improve. I think that we can certainly improve, let's say, details, things not really working well in the organization. But all in all, I'm convinced that the spirit of the governance of EFRAG is the right one. So yes to improvement, but not to putting the things upside down. At least that's my view. And then there is a third thing, which is perhaps exactly with the same importance than the two first one, is of course the financing of EFRAG. So we have managed since 25 years to have, with the contributions of the members, with of course the massive contribution from the European Commission, we have always managed to, and I know it has been a challenge from the beginning to do that, to keep to have sufficient money, but we are still tight, and to do what we do, it's honestly I had sometimes really difficult moments to see how will we do that in 3-4 years. Not that we are not in financial difficulty, not at all. Don't misunderstand what I say, but in the long run we have to make sure that it flies, and this is a very important aspect of the thing. So that's it. So I would stop here. I think it was a great day. It was a wonderful celebration of the 25th anniversary of EFRAG. We had wonderful experts, panels, and whatever. And I'm now inviting you to our what I hope will be a very nice reception. It's just here. So thank you very much.
To use us like Judas, Jesus, to please us, to hurt in the issues, to misuse the people, and how we're going to get them, how we're going to vote them out. When the wind tips, got it locked up. with one thing that don't show you dig it. The friggin' wing it. Some of us is